Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh man, if only this happened yesterday. Yesterday, all my options seem so far away. Wow, look at you being first, huh? It looks as though they're here to stay. Hey, Mr. Israel. How's everything going, my friend? Hope you're doing well over there. If only this happened yesterday, I could have made a couple of bucks. One's upset about SMCI. Hey, don't call it a comeback. Yeah, as long as you're doing well, that's good. It's just very unfortunate. Again, SMCI, it's just been completely stagnant for so long. Again, we had the beautiful climb back up to 60. I'm really, really hoping we're in the ballpark here with these numbers. I'm really hoping that. And it's funny too, because I was looking at the chart and I'm looking at the line and I'm like, it was like back here. And I was like, yeah, they could drop it to, 24, 23. But, markets were kind of holding up. So I was like, oh, maybe they aren't going to. And now, boom, we randomly have this price target. So they just began coverage and gave it a sell rating. Price target of 26. Okay? But again, like I always say, I really don't give a shit what Goldman Sachs says because they never called me back, right? So fuck them. And in general, the company is expecting $10.42 billion in revenue this quarter, market cap $17 billion. Okay? I direct you to companies again like ASTS, who aren't making any money and have a larger market cap for some reason. Because space. Okay? As if SMCI, we can't send fucking tech into space, right? They can't be part of space. Only ASTS could be part of space. Remember, ASTS launching satellites to completely revolutionize the cell phone industry, yet hasn't made any money. But, it's game changing. Palantir, $500 billion market cap, as they bring in a whopping $3 billion a year. Right? $500 billion. SMCI, $10.4 billion expected T-minus 3 weeks. 3 weeks. That's for the quarter. That's for the quarter, not for the year. Okay, Palantir, $3 billion for the year, $500 billion company. SMCI, $10 billion quarter coming up, $17 billion market cap. So they can say and do whatever nonsensical bullshit they want. Numbers don't lie, baby. To look at this situation, after the road it's been down, first of all, just giving it a sell rating in general blows my mind. Because as we established, practically every tech company is seeing an increase in demand, in revenue, and they're all making more and more money and growing and growing. So to even view it as a sell seems odd to me. And now to give it a price target down here for literally no reason. It is for literally no reason. Which is why, again, I am going to reiterate that I stand by my analysis on SMCI. And I just, if you can, in my opinion, I would remain patient. I would continue to add to the position. I would continue to hold the position. I would not take a loss in SMCI. Again, what was it? Well, it was back here sometime, right? It was like one of these quarters. And they were saying, oh, if they beat, we could see the stock jump up. Yeah, it was right here. It was right here, right? They were saying, oh, SMCI could have like 100% implied move if they beat earnings, blah, blah, blah. So that's what I mean. They're messing with it now. All of a sudden, miraculously, the numbers are coming in light. It's basically, in plain English, it's a fucking shit show. That's basically what it comes down to, right? However, look, it doesn't even fit on the freaking screen, right? Just remember, when this happened, they missed it. Right? Just people forget that too. They chunked it up like this. They started to bring it to real value. But they missed it. You understand? The people bought it. The institutions missed it. That's when all the nonsense happened. And the sirens going by. So once again, this is what the company did. They missed this. Now it's a piece of shit. You understand? All of a sudden, it's a piece of shit. But of course, just remember what? 30% of data centers coming online, SMCI is going to be a part of. They got tapped. They're working with Elon Musk for the XAI supercomputer. Then, of course, we heard yesterday, I think it was yesterday, but I saw a clip, Pete Hegseth, our Secretary of War, Defense, whatever he is, said that they're now going to incorporate Grok and XAI. That was their next, AI pick or whatever. So this is what I'm saying, I know what I know. I know what I know. And I know it's very, I know it makes you impatient. I know it's very tedious. I know it's very frustrating. But I am not taking my eye off the ball. I know what I know. Just like yesterday, everyone thought I was crazy, saying the S&P should be down. Why are we up? Why are we hitting new highs? Everyone thought I was crazy. Up, now we're down. If the market was that strong and awesome yesterday hitting highs, then it should have been strong enough to continue and hold those highs today. But I guess that was all bullshit. You have to think differently. Oh. But yeah, this one honestly is just hilarious. $89 an ounce. You'll remember. You'll remember when I kept talking about it. In the early videos back in 23, throughout 24, as we touched the top of the range, I consistently tried to remind everyone consistently have a hedge in place, diversify, silver. Again, the old highs on silver used to be about 30, went up to freaking 33 an ounce. Silver now touched $89 an ounce. Okay? So, did it happen overnight? No, of course not. However, by simply having my voice in the background and slightly paying attention to what I was saying over the last several years, hopefully you got diversification, hedge drilled into your head, and you took a position in silver. I really hope you did. As a hedge, as a diversification. Because again, even simply buying SLV a year and a half ago, I mean, you're talking 200% return. And it's silver. It's not a stock, right? It's silver. Which again, just puts me on a completely different plateau as the rest of my quote-unquote competitors. Even though they're hobbyists. And of course, I was actually Series 7, Series 63 licensed. Which large investment company owns what? I love how the technicals look weak, and yesterday I mentioned AMD puts, and today it gets a random upgrade. Hey, Tom Terrific. Qualcomm. Okay, that's a random interjection. Too bad while you're looking at Qualcomm, we have Intel hitting new highs. Do, 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 do. mm. Intel is at a multiple I am not okay with buying. Okay. If you say so, brother. 10 times more than Palantir. I don't understand. What are you talking about? All right, brother. Like I say, man, I can only do so much. You know what the saying is, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. So you do whatever your heart desires. Of course, let the record show that I was talking about Intel at 19, 21, 22, 24. And the stock hit new highs of almost 47 and a half. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, Tommy, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not trying to be too dismissive and abrasive here, that's just my personality, unfortunately. And at the end of the day, the PE, how you felt about it, I mean, all of that is fucking irrelevant. And I said to buy it at 20 and the stock's almost at 50, right? That's what it comes down to. And people, like I said, people want to bring up fundamentals. Funny enough, pay attention. When people miss the run, then they want to analyze what the PE is, what the market cap is, right? This is Soundhound all over again, brother. This is Soundhound all over again. So with all due respect, how high the PE is, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Because when Palantir PE was through the roof, nobody wanted to listen to me. Used to have Amazon with a PE of 800. Didn't matter. Didn't matter. Just like I said with Soundhound. No one believed me. Everyone thought there was more competition. People thought it wasn't the play. Stock exploded. Then people want to comment, oh, look at the revenue, though. Oh, the market cap's too high, though. It's all bullshit, folks. People put value and speak about fundamentals only when it favors them. Spark them if you got them. This is why I kept saying puts yesterday, boys and girls. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. Could actually jump in Intel puts right here if you want. Oh, they gave it 60, huh? With Pinky and the Brain. Who's that? Hey, Tyler, how we doing? How we doing, baby? All I'm saying is I never bought it, and I don't get why it's running. Oh, brother. Brother, you gotta pay attention, brother. See, there you go. That's what I mean, right? That's the right response. I never bought it. I missed it. I don't know why it's up, so I'm not buying it. Right? Say that. Say that. Don't come back to me and talk to me about PE. Because the channel is stocks by the numbers. I'm one of the few people who look at fundamentals. And then when I state my case, people come back and say, yeah, but fundamentals don't matter. It's all about technicals. So if no one gives a shit about fundamentals but me, I mean, you can't come back at me at fundamentals, right? Again, I understand your point, but it was a special situation. And yeah, obviously you missed it. But the PE is irrelevant. That's not why people are buying it. Now, if you care about fundamentals, you would have listened and bought the stock sub 22. Like I said, no one listens to me. No one understands me. Everyone thinks they're smarter than I am. Then when the stock explodes, that's when they come out and say, oh, hey, do you still like it? Is it still a buy? Oh, hey, what's the next play? Which, once again, is why the average person loses money. Ooh, how impressive. Nvidia at 95. All right. So you made 100%. I made 150%. Because, of course, if you paid attention to the Trump video that came out roughly 12 months ago, El Capitan would have told you, stick with the backup tech players, not the leader. But, what do I know? Excuse me. Excuse me. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Tuesday, the Bluesday. Put it. Get your puts it. Put it. Put it. Get your put it. Do 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 do. Video board Intel. Everybody bought Intel now. That's why I said to buy it before they bought it. Qualcomm has a lower market cap than Intel. Well, market cap doesn't matter because Palantir apparently is worth $500 billion. ASTS is worth more than SMCI, who's guiding for $35 billion in revenue this year. That's what I mean. Fundamentals like a market cap are situational when people bring that up, which is why you cannot only look at one or two things. I mean, we're just talking about market cap, bro. Go look at Goodyear Tire. You know, if we're talking just market cap, that stock should 10x. If we're talking market cap, SMCI should be back at 120. Isn't it amazing how several months ago I thought that something like Hershey would hold its own, and they continued to beat it up because they were climbing the cocoa prices? And yet all of a sudden now it's extremely stable. I mean, you gotta laugh about these things. Lady in red is dancing with me. Oh yeah, see, we got the flattening, the tightening. Yeah, my bad, Deli. Good morning. Got Tom Terrific over here getting me upset. But we just had a potential descending triangle here forming on Intel, so, you know, a little chunk back down. Yeah, that was more shorter term puts. Intel long term, as you know, still looking good. New highs today. Yeah, see, you got the flattening, right? The tightening. And again, you know, it's really hard to talk about specifics, man, because people always say, "Oh, which option should I buy?" And again, I mean, you're all different ages. You all have different amounts of money. You could all take different levels of risk, right? Some person may only be able to buy a $35 put. Another person could have $800 cash, right? So that's what I mean. Now we're talking about more out of the money and less time to afford $30, $40, $50. Yet on the other side, right, if you want, you could buy a month's worth of time and you can buy at the money. That's why I can't. It's very unfair. It is truthfully very unfair to put me in that situation. Still holding 2027 leap, pretty deep in the money now. Fantastic, right? That's what I mean. When we were talking about it and you brought up the leap, what did we say? What did we say? That should be a layup, should be a slam dunk. Absolutely fantastic. I don't know why you're getting upset. I just don't get Intel. You aren't the only person that I didn't listen to. Yeah, bro, I don't care. Yeah, bro, I'm bipolar, bro. I'm crazy. I don't know. All right? I don't know. Let me tell you something. I get upset when I'm right and no one listens. That's when I get upset. Okay? And like I said, you missed the big picture when it came to Intel. You didn't see the value I saw, you missed the train. And that's why now you show up late, with the stock hitting new highs again today, by the way, as markets pull back. As the fucking thing's hitting highs, you want to debate about the PE and about the market cap. Like, again, with all due respect, I don't have time for this shit. Stock's already up 150%. I'm a legend. It's a winner. It's written already, you know what I mean? It's written in the stars. Just like, again, people still ask me to this day about stocks like SoundHound or stocks like Hydrograph. Do I still like them? Yeah. But was it an absolute screaming buy back when we first spoke about it? Yes. Yes. Of course, it can still make you money, but what you don't understand is something like HGraph, you should have had a cost basis of 10, 12, 15 cents. Not $2 a share, where it is today. Same thing with Intel. Is it a buy now? Will it continue to go up to 58, 62, whatever price target I put on it? I don't even remember. Yeah, in my opinion, yeah, it'll still be good. However, if you listened to me originally and bought it at 20, you're already up over 100%, and now you have more compounded growth on your principal investment. There's a method to the madness. Again, SoundHound is at 10, 11. Is it a buy? Yeah, sure. But when we were looking at it, it was at 180, 240, 280, 340, right? So now, even to this day, you're up 300% in change, and going back to the highs, you're up 800% instead of 150, 200%. Which is why I always continuously say there is a method to my madness, and I continue to prove myself right more than I'm wrong. And we talk about all the missed opportunities, and then people get upset in my stream because of how I'm speaking to them. Or I do a fucking poll in Discord to see who bought Dollar General, which is hitting new highs as well, and I get screamed at. I'm doing it wrong, right? I don't know how to talk to people, right? Meanwhile, the stock just rallied, 100% in a couple of months. But I'm the prick. I can't stop mentioning it because Killian asked me to do a poll in Discord. I had to Google how to do a poll because I never even did one before. And I was like, all right, let's do a poll. Who bought DG? And the guy started flipping out. Bro, you keep calling me a piker. Nobody knew about DG. How are we supposed to know this? And then he left. The whole time, Tom. The second they dropped it at these earnings. You can see where I looked at it a couple of weeks later. And this whole time, I was saying it's channeling downward, it's undervalued, I'd be a buyer of DG. New highs today, almost $151, right? So, Tom, in all fairness, right, you have a little experience. You've been around the block, okay? So, I mean, just disclose with these younger investors, first of all, how rare someone like myself is, but also, more importantly, how imperative it is for people to pay attention. Well, if I remember correctly, I believe Tom said he's an older gentleman. So that's what I mean. I was a licensed broker. For all I know, I may have called Tom, right? But Tom has learned over the years, he can see the difference now, I'm assuming, between a salesman and an actual broker. There are people out there who just speak well and they sell you. And then there are people out there who actually know what the hell they're doing. And you need someone who knows what they're doing, who thinks outside the box, who sees the big picture, right? I would always tell you, I look at the big picture, I look down the road, right? I try to see what's going to happen in 6-12 months from now, not just tomorrow, right? I mean, that's what the traders do. But again, the way, but think about it though, in all seriousness, as dangerous as this market is, and apparently as dangerous as the internet is now, right? Because there's all these YouTube and Twitter people and everyone's selling you a book and a course and all this shit. So people are paying all these people to learn how to do this shit, yet no one knows what they're doing and everyone's still losing money, right? So that's why, let's cut through the bullshit, okay? Because even when I was a broker, people like Tom would end up hanging up the phone because either A, I pushed too hard, or B, at the end of the day, maybe they just didn't trust me, they didn't feel comfortable. And I can completely understand that. And that's what broke my heart. Because as you guys see, I may have not been the best salesman, but I would have been a phenomenal broker and a phenomenal money manager for any and all of the Toms out there who gave me a shot and just let me do my thing, right? You can see it. You're seeing it in real time. And also, I'm sure Tom can attest to the fact that, yes, you know, I'm not the nicest guy. I don't sound like everyone else on these platforms. But at the end of the day, we're talking about serious shit here, okay? Everyone's out here playing games, posting nonsense, wasting their time. At the end of the day, this is serious business we're talking about here. Okay? And I take this very seriously. And you all, for the most part, have more in your accounts and more invested in this at the moment than I do. And I'm doing this for you. And after all the experience and the road I went down, I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to hold your hand. I'm not going to pat your ass. I'm not going to fucking entertain you with your bullshit crackhead stocks when you come in here and randomly throw out symbols. I am not like everyone else. And apparently, maybe that's what we need in this sector right now. Because a lot of people out there are misguided. And then we look at a 200% move in silver, 150% move in Intel, 100% move in Dollar General. And what happens? I'm the prick. They're upset because I called you a piker because you're not sharp, you're not paying attention. This is your money. This is your money. I had $0 to buy DG. I do not own one share of Dollar General. And I was 100% correct, and I could have doubled my money. That's why I get upset also. I'm not just telling you I like DG because I own it. Shit's chess. It ain't checkers. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, Tommy. And like I said, you know, that, you know, I know it seemed, you know, you may feel like, oh, I came in, I said something, I triggered this guy, he starts ranting. I mean, usually that is what happens, but also, I don't want you to think like it's your fault. Because like I say, man, that this is why I always ask the older investors who come in here, you know, to be honest and to explain to the rest of this community how, not only how often you get the phone calls, but how much nonsense it really is. And I want you to just explain to these people the true difference between a salesman and someone who actually knows what they're doing. I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that very much. And I applaud you. Apparently I have to say this, right? Patting you on the ass and on the back, even though, you know, you're from a different generation, you probably don't need it. But I appreciate you not, you know, getting upset and leaving just because, you know, I didn't pat and powder your ass. Because apparently that is the way of people nowadays also. You can't even confront them. Even if I didn't get upset, you know, if I just came back at you like, oh, why don't you like Intel? What do you mean? Well, why Qualcomm? Like, even just questioning people upsets them. So, you know, I don't know. I'm cut from a different piece of cloth. I'm like an older man trapped in a slightly older man's body, maybe, I guess. But you know, I don't know. Like, I'm just speaking. If I know something, I'm gonna try to explain it to you. And you know, if you don't listen or you're not paying attention, you know, I don't know what to tell you at the end of the day. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. So if you recall, that's where I said spy puts, I believe, while I was ranting. That's what I mean. I could do it all. I could put people in their place. I could educate you. I could make a call all at the same time. 11:17. Right there, literally on that candle. 11:17, right? So there you go. That's what I mean. I could do it in the short term. I could do it in the long term. You can't sell to someone that isn't buying. A lot of people don't buy at all. Yeah, no, it's true. That is true. That is true. Nasdaq fighting down only 5 points right now. Greenfoot not to buy. Yeah, well, I mean, could turn out very well. You know, if you pick the right stock. Um, yeah, maybe I don't know. Honestly, maybe more of an up and comer. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe more of an up and comer. I have a feeling there's a better opportunity out there. Aside from Qualcomm for you, that would still probably fill your specifications. And I only say that because I'm not saying Qualcomm isn't doing well, but Qualcomm was floating the idea of purchasing some of Intel's assets. And again, I'm not saying it's a bad company, but you want the companies receiving the cash, not the company spending the cash. Yeah, yeah. That's all hindsight, though. You know that. You know that. I mean, technically, the stock was pretty solid for a while. You know, so that's why, you know, back when it was like whatever, 18 or 22, whatever it was, you know, if someone mentioned it and I looked at the numbers at the time, I would have said, yeah, it's, you know, it's doing fine. It's doing fine. And then all of a sudden it's just not. And isn't it funny? Isn't it funny the way they treat all the other restaurant and fast food stocks as opposed to how McDonald's reacts? Don't you find that hilarious? Because if they actually treated McDonald's the way they treat these other companies, I mean, you know, it'd be down like 60%. Always made me laugh. Actually, I need more coffee. So, you guys watch this. I'll be right back. Okay. That went green, huh? Damn. Well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. SB just chilling, phenomenal. Nasdaq's going. Let me check my account, see if I'm rich. Nope. Buy puts again. Buy puts again. Bang, bang. Oh, bro. Putsie, get your putsie. Oh, look, $414 today. Did a video at 2:15. Nobody listens. Son of a bitch. Oh, look at the Rolls Royce. Oh, my goodness. Come on, Kryptonite. Good old reversal. Looking for the spot putsie. Looking for the spot putsie. Putsie. Scalp. Scalp. Spy. Options. Trading. Push it, algorithm. Push it. Push the puts. People always try to tell me about the RSI. Look at that RSI. Uh-huh. She'll be coming around, and when she comes, she'll be coming around when she comes. The dollar should be climbing. Yep, dollar should be climbing here. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. All about that silver and gold. Oh. Oh. All about the stocks. Oh. Hold on. What just happened? But full market release of Liberty System set for Q2. Looking for new hospital partnerships. International market entry. IP growth. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, yes. Oh, what a winner. What a winner. Oh, it's going higher. It's going even higher. Uh-huh. Bounce. Okay, so that means we'll look for like that. It'll be coming random anyways. Okay. Hey, what's up, brother? How we doing? Looking for a spy break here, but apparently not. But old Sentinel 1. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Mm, mm, mm. Oh, you're welcome, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Like I always said, I really don't mind sitting here hanging out with you guys. Hey, it's a tumbleweed. Going down. Yeah, I mentioned those puts like yeah, I don't know, like here or something. Hopefully, I'm looking for a drop back to the line, so hopefully the puts make you a couple of bucks. Scott Adams. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh yeah. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Dilbert was a good one. Hey, spy puts. Good old Dilbert. Yeah, honestly, it actually looks like it's setting up for a potential descending triangle. They might actually break it lower, but again, I stand by my analysis. And their revenue is growing. Look at that tightening on silver right there. SLV calls was setting up an ascending triangle right there. It might hit 90 today. Hey, Joe, how you doing, brother? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Uh-huh. Picked up more H-graph. Hey, it's all about the H-graph, baby. People fear silver crash after all-time high 50. Now it's almost doubling. Yeah, I had a feeling it wasn't going to stop at 50. The breakup in my mind was inevitable. Well, then they're idiots. Then they are idiots. But, I mean, technically, it should drop the market. Well, you would think it would, anyway. I mean, yesterday we got bad news. We hit new all-time highs, so. Hey, BB. BB. Let's see how our stable growers are doing. Stocks like Coke, which no one knows about. Uh, uh, Stocks like CBOE, which no one knows about. Look at that, did the video right there. Boom! Oh, why does it taste so sweet? You don't like Chevron or Petrobras? Definitely not Petrobras. I would pick Chevron over Petrobras. If I had to pick one. I asked Grog that same question for shits and giggles. And it said that if tariffs are rejected by the court, market will go green because companies will be more profitable then. Huh. Well, I do know one thing. One of us will be correct. Yes, but see, also at the same time, right, they'll go green because they'll be more profitable because they're paying less in tariffs. However, if tariffs are now taken off the table, those stocks should technically go down because of now reinvigorated strength from international markets. Right? So even based on what Grok told you, I could still make the argument that we should go down. Apparently it's tomorrow sometime, I don't know. You're welcome. You're welcome. Hold on one second, I got something.
That was easy. That was easy.
Yeah, silver definitely held down too long. That was inevitable. NASDAQ back red. S&P now down 11.5 points, approaching trend line as expected. Too damn good. Dubs in the chat, shades in the chat. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Below trend line, here we go, here we go. Check the dollar. We're not even there yet. We're not even there yet. I thought we were going to be up here, potential head and shoulder. And then I'd call the pop. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that because we might have a late day rally. Late day rally. Late day rally. Oh, look at that. Why does it taste so sweet? Okay, no dubs, no shades. All right, I'll remember that. Who the fuck is Amigo? Oh, you're working. That's more important than my stream. You know what? Might have to put you in timeout for 5 minutes. You know, that way you can concentrate on your work. Hey, Big Trump, here's to you, buddy. Yeah, I'm sure everything will be alright. Like I said, I don't know how the Supreme Court is like even the possibility of them ruling against the tariffs. Like I don't know. It doesn't really add up to me. Can't imagine what will happen if tariffs are toasted. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Nice call. Wasn't on yet. Trying to catch up on live. Just buy LAC. Hey, I mean, might not be a bad deal. Ain't nothing wrong with a little LAC. Nah, but in general, like I said, you just gotta keep it domestic. I think we just gotta keep it domestic. And even really, I would say, honestly, I know a lot of South American companies, you have to worry about nationalization and whatnot, like the oil companies, like you mentioned Petrobras before. But, I would say, honestly, in my opinion, from Greenland west. From Greenland west. Right? Because that's technically all domesticated right there. So that's why I say, like, I keep talking about, like, the American backup tech companies, American metals, minerals, and also, again, something like LAC, we're headquartered out of Canada, that's fine, that's no problem. Something like Hydrograph, right? It's a company that could greatly benefit our hemisphere in general, right? It's don't worry about the drama between the US and Canada, right? That's nothing. That's one thing's political, the other thing is business. So that's what I mean. Even something like Hydrograph, originally based out of Canada, factory in Texas, like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, the winner is the winner. That's where the focus should be, in my opinion. Wonder what the Kalshi bets are? Yeah, we might have to bring that up. It's funny, I wanted to do it, right? So I'm in upstate New York, and I would say in the Discord sometimes, like, oh yeah, I'm doing some DraftKings tonight. And you could enter those lobbies where you make your lineup, which is fun. And you can enter... hold on. I'm talking about betting, and you're talking about calls and puts, alright? It's a pain in my ass. Oh! Oh, this is interesting. Which means it'll be below it on the 5-minute. Yup. Yeah, I think you buy calls here, bro. I think you buy calls here. Yeah. You come in here waking up, strolling in here at noon, right? And I'm gonna stop what I'm doing to help you, right? Buy a call. Stocks always go up. Anyway, like I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. So I was on DraftKings, right? And you could do those lobbies where people are allowed to put in like 50 multi-entry lineups, right? So you're always going to lose for the most part. Or you could do just straight up bets, right? Like the money line and shit. Then I see at the top, right? Because they just bought that prediction market company. And I see at the top, oh, predictions, new. And I was like, oh, shit, I can do predictions now? Click on predictions. Bro, tell me how it lets you put in a bet and then tells you you're not allowed to put in a bet. So apparently, these prediction market bets are illegal in my state. So yeah, that bothered me. So I just told you that whole story. So hopefully I bothered you a little bit. Oh, and the dollar spiked back up. Wow, got caught with the head fake. Got caught with the head fake. Truck backing up. Yeah, and it was funny too because DraftKings wouldn't let me do the predictions, right? And then I remember seeing like the posts of like Kalshi and like the Poly marketing shit. So I go to their websites and stuff, and apparently Poly market is not allowed in the United States. So I don't know. Apparently everyone's making big money off of these prediction markets, and I cannot. Which sounds about right. I mean, if there's easy money to be made, why give me the opportunity? Yeah, I don't know if they push it back up. Guys, do me a favor. Like the stream, huh? Don't make me ask you again. Mbot, don't worry about Mbot. Like I said, technically, Mbot's already a winner. So in my opinion, everyone just gotta hang out. Stop whining about it. Right? We always said this. Every time people get impatient, they're like, oh, what's going on? Boom, that's when something happens. Hey, 10 likes. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Do 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 do. No, that's about right. Technically, they say you shouldn't have more than 10% of your account in one position. Depending on the position and your financial status, maybe you can bump that up to 20%. But as we said, a lot of you guys, if you're younger and you're still working and you got money kind of coming in like every week or every month into the account, then again, you can take different risk than, someone who's 60 who's looking to retire in the next couple of years. But yeah, like I said, that's why, like you guys know, like the guy Nick in here, like he's heavy, and well, I think he's only got like a couple of positions. He's got like Hydrograph, bought like some Blackberry, so he's heavy in only a handful of stocks that we spoke about. But again, he's young, he's working, he's got consistent income right now. He's kind of managing his money well, right? So that's why, like you younger guys, you could take that risk now. That's what they advise you to do anyway. Take that risk when you're younger. If you lose it, you can make it back. Whoa! And we are down. And we're bouncing. Alright, who's watching the news? What happened? Who's watching the news? The dollar did not move. The dollar did not move at all. Wow, Joe, you're getting rusty over there. Well, in Hydrograph Physical Silver. There we go. Hey, listen, a year from now may turn out that's all you need. Damn it, Joe. Come on, huh? You're ruining it for the rest of us. Yeah, I don't know. We just had that big drop. I'm assuming someone said something because again, I'm not seeing any movement in the dollar. And now Nasdaq's back green. So I'm not entirely sure what the hell just happened. Huh. That was pretty big volume. Huh. Interesting. And now the dollar's going back down. That was quite a whip right there. I got a notification on X. Freaking bots everywhere. I tweeted that the other day because I see all these accounts and they all say like the same 3 things. So I just tweeted, there's like 10 people running all these accounts. You're all interacting with like the same 6 people. Oh, here we go. At the Ford plant. Deliver a speech on the economy at 2 p.m. Also, what did that say? Also to mention Iran. Yes, and apparently we have to do this from the Ford factory. But we'll put that aside. Yeah, so we've been trying to hold this support line here. I don't know now, though. I mean, if we're talking about a meeting, a speech, the markets could literally just kind of flatten out for the next 90 minutes, maybe. I'm not exactly sure. If you're in a SPY option, I would honestly, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would hang on. I might try to get out around break even or a small profit. And then just wait till after 2, maybe, in my opinion. I need 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay. And we're dropping. LAC green. The puts. The puts. Joey with the physical also. Very nice. D, love you, brother. Appreciate it. Happy to see you. Well, now, yeah, everything's going down. I said we're going down, down, nearly around. Sugar, we're going down, swinging. Buy back into the 693s. I spy with my little eye. Hey, someone took their like away. I only have 9 likes now. It's messed up. Aw, thank you, Deli. What a nice guy. Look at LAR. Oh, we got new highs. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful recovery. Yep, you got that next key level right there, that drop right there, 1180, 1260. This potential gap fill all the way at over 15 and a half. Very nice. Look at that volume coming in the last couple of months. I'm telling you, man, can't go wrong with the lithium, man. You cannot go wrong. LAC, LAR, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because if they all truly do achieve the value that we're expecting, then the growth is going to be astronomical. Yeah, that's a good one right there. Definitely seeing that break up to around 12. And again, remember, us and a lot of other people, when we were looking at lithium like a year or so ago, if you recall, well, no, maybe longer than that, but if you recall, lithium prices were at highs, right? That's why these stocks started dropping, because they were dropping with the price of lithium, and they weren't currently mining yet. So that's why a lot of people were scooping those dips. waiting for this type of lithium environment. Whoa. So much for that ascending triangle. Beautiful. Beautiful dreamer, waiting for me. All right, it's time to hop the fence. Oh, oh. Okay, looking for a little reversal here. All right, a little early with the calls. Yeah, I think calls now. I mean, you just saved yourself 3 points. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Ooh. Here we go, calls. Here we go. Bro, stop with the stops. I just laugh because if this happened yesterday, I'd be much less upset. Everything go down. Well, that's quite a move. Record ethanol output. Huh. So if he calls here, okay. He's a smart fella. He's a smart fella. Remember, as much as they want to play with it, it's consistently hitting highs. We know what we know. He dreams in color, she dreams in red. Can't find a better man. Sec. A little bounce back. Uh, my father dealing with some prostate issues. Yeah, it seems to want to bounce. And silver back above the moving average. Oh, Aklo. Whoops. Oh. Damn. Uh, Overvalued. SPAC is up 1,000%, hitting almost 2,000%, and we got nothing happening. This company, whoop, getting a phone call. All right. This company almost has the same market cap as SMCI. They haven't done anything. Yeah, all right. Deal giving some support to Meta. I mean, again, the revenue isn't there, and this thing took off. I don't know. I'm sure people who own it will say it's awesome. I think it's ridiculously overvalued. do 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 do. I get knocked down, but I get up again. My man, Captain Israel. Hope everything's alright over there. It's all about the love. Love, 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 love. S&P actually looks like it's setting up to pop back up here. So, of course, I was a little early with those calls, but that's what I do best. And unfortunately, I say again, those stocks, those tech stocks you guys mentioned, like SMCI, Sentinel One. Unfortunately, they're keeping them down, and I guess we were early. But again, technically, both of these companies are growing companies, which is why I like them. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I identify as a Leering Center. I just don't understand how they get so much money too. Like like I don't get how does a daycare center get like $8 million or whatever the hell they were saying? Like what are they giving? Like a quarter of $1 million a child? Like what kind of figures are we talking about here? They go to some tiny little office building. You could fit like three people inside. They say they got like 20 kids, but they're getting like $1.5 million. Who decided that? What formula are they using where these people are all getting millions of dollars for daycare centers? Meanwhile, the average person can't get an MRI if they have a problem. You know what I mean? It's hilarious. Truly hilarious. All right, I guess the S&P was not setting up to go higher. Preparing for a response from Iran, country on high alert. Yep, we got that coming now. Blue Cross Blue Shield? With what? The daycare centers you're talking about? Yeah, yeah, you're not making money. We get it. Specifically telling them how to open the. Oh my goodness. But still, that much money, I don't understand though. Yeah, all right. I run a daycare. I take care of 20 kids. Like, how do I get $1 million? Where does that translate? You know what, Niels? The fact that you don't like him makes me like him even more. And I don't even know who he is. Here we go, spy. Here we go. I don't even know who he is, man. But if you don't like him, that guy's my new hero. Went to Greenland and did a propaganda video. Um, didn't like every streamer go to Greenland after we spoke about Greenland. All of a sudden, they all went there like, oh, how do you feel about America? Blah, blah, blah. He interviewed a couple of hundred, clipped all anti-America out. Oh, okay. Eh, I mean, that's what they do, right? That's what these people do. They just edit everything. It's all about editing now. It's not even about content. That's what breaks my heart. America is blessed. Yes, we are. We truly are. Yeah. Well, again, it's like, see, again, I feel what people, what people, I don't want to say what people don't understand, or perhaps what they just aren't seeing. Again, if we're talking about something like Greenland as like strategic positioning, then you got to understand, like, even if Trump, I know he was talking like, oh, I could give the citizens whatever, like 10 grand, 50,000 each or whatever. But again, it's not like you're necessarily just buying Greenland, right? We're just talking about putting it under the blanket for the most part. It's like we're not gonna fly 500,000 people to Greenland and start walking the streets like, yeah, fuck Denmark, this is our shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not the end result. And that's why even with Canada, I know like the Canadians were upset. Like, oh, what do you mean you want to make us a state? Blah blah blah. It's like you're missing the big picture. It's like it's not about. Don't worry about being a 51st state. Don't worry. Like, we don't need you to change your name or anything like that. It's about knowing who's under the umbrella and who's on the outside. That's unfortunately what it comes down to. And that's why I know Canadians, I understand. They were a little taken back. Like, oh, 51st state, what? We want to be Canada. Like, yeah, yeah, dude, you could be Canada. Like, you're missing the big picture here. We're talking about strategy, not necessarily ownership for the you know what I mean? Like, it's not like a dig at Denmark that Trump mentioned Greenland. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's explaining to everyone why the interest is now there. And people are like, oh, you just want to buy it, put your name on it. It's like, what? It's not about making it a state, bro. That's what I'm saying. Right in the Torah, whoever blesses Abraham, God blesses him. Ah, amen. Denmark has been one of the most loyal allies. Yeah, I understand. Bro, honestly, first of all, there's like 1,000 people there, right? That's first of all. Let's call it like it is. And I mean, again, it's just $100,000 to come under the umbrella. Again, that's what I'm saying. It's not like, it's not like, oh, here's $100,000, like we're taking your house, you got to move to America. Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like no one's talking about any drastic shit. That's why I'm saying it's all strategy. It's not about, oh, we want to own this. Yes, I understand. I understand Denmark has loved America. That's why Trump is trying to do the right thing with Denmark. You understand? Because as he mentions, you have destroyers and subs. You have Russian, Chinese subs and destroyers right off the coast. Right? We explained if there was a missile attack, the trajectory of the missile coming from the east. That's why they wanted Greenland, right? Because if it has to fly over Greenland, that's where it could be intercepted. Or hopefully before. Right? I mean, we may have systems in place, in like Virginia somewhere on the East Coast that could intercept a missile as it's approaching from the Atlantic. But if we can intercept it, whatever, right? A couple of thousand miles earlier, then that's even better. And that's what I mean. Like, if we were imposing the country, right? If we literally just sailed over to Greenland and landed, and we were like, we're giving you $100,000 each, shut up and take it, we're taking control of everything, and, you people don't live here anymore. Oh, look at that. Put up a couple of thousand American flags over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not an invasion. It's a strategic ownership. Right, but also you're forgetting as well that once we begin the domestic mining of lithium here in the States, and then even hypothetically a couple of years later, as you say, if we start mining any lithium that might be in Greenland, now we would have a surplus of domestic lithium. Ergo, prices drop, and imports could go up, if we want to sell it to people. Again, I appreciate the fact you're like the only person from Denmark. I know Denmark technically owns Greenland. I understand. It's very upsetting, and people are getting emotional. Again, I can appreciate that. I'm not blaming you. I'm not even blaming you, right? All I'm saying is, it shouldn't really be viewed through a negative lens, is what I would say. I would definitely say it's more positive than negative. And if it truly is, again, a geographical strategic location, then yeah. I mean, it technically came out of left field, and I know Trump ruffled a lot of feathers when he said it, but I mean, yeah, technically, I'm sure most would agree. Like, oh yeah, like, the states, it would be better if the states controlled it as opposed to China. I'm sure most people would agree with that, except, of course, if they're Chinese. No, it's not. Bro, there's going to be no military, you know what I mean? That's what I mean. It's not going to be boots on the ground. There's not going to be a battle. It's not. That's not what it is. That's not what it is. And I believe, with all due respect, didn't they, like, poll people in Greenland? and weren't. I mean, again, I'm sure it was split, but I think the majority was like, yeah, it's fine. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, if you think about it logically, right? You know the kind of guy Trump is. I mean, do you think of all the countries out there, he would just randomly, like, point at Denmark and start picking on them? Hey, Silva coming back. Rubio, JD, speak with the minister. Okay. All right. Yeah, you know what it is, in my opinion. In my opinion. No, no, again, it's not about military. It's just about positioning. But I think here's what I'm gonna say. I think, in my opinion, I think Trump is just seeing that over the next maybe 5, 10 years, even if he's looking very short term, they might be seeing that, oh, Russia might make a move, right? Or they might be seeing, like, oh, if this happens, then China's gonna do this. And if we're not positioned here, or if we don't already have this, then we could have a problem. You know what I mean? So if they're looking at it based on potential negative future possibilities, then it's essentially like over preparing. Right? Like they say, like, prepare for the worst. There's no way we know what Russia's going to do. That's first of all. Let's call it like it is. No need for ownership. Eh, I mean, I don't know, man. It could be a number of things. It could be a number of things. Like I said, if Trump sees that, like, it has to be controlled to prevent massive missile attacks and potential World War III, then, again, strategically, in the longer term, in my opinion, it makes sense. And again, if that's how they're thinking, then it goes back to the numbers. So again, we'd have to look, like, I don't know, like how much has Denmark put into whatever, what is it, like the UN and all these freaking organizations? Like, that's what it would come back to. That's what it would all come back to. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of ways to look at the situation. Again, obviously, I'm not from Greenland or Denmark, so I'm thinking about this differently, but I don't really see it as a big issue. But I can appreciate Niels' point of view. Honestly, I'm going to tell you the truth. I really don't think anything about Greenland or Denmark would change at all. I think I think Trump just wants it like on file, you know what I mean? Like on paper. But again, I'd say that is seems like much more potential war strategy as opposed to, like some backdoor like business scheme or some shit. Canada, Canada's like kind of purely economic. That's why when they looked at the imports, the exports, right, and Trump was like, I mean, again, he leaned on him a little bit, but Trump was saying like, oh, technically, like, we don't need their lumber, we don't need a lot of the imports. That's why, again, if it's true, and if we are kind of subsidizing Canada, so to speak, that's why, again, when he was talking about, oh, just you should just become like another one of the big states and just be part of America, like he was saying it economically from a business perspective, right? Like no one's gonna drive over the border if that happens and start screaming at Canadians like take the flag down, put up the American flag. Like no one's gonna give a shit about that. Trump's looking at it from a business perspective, from a trade point of view, because it was a very hot topic. Again, he was the one who brought back up the tariffs, and he was the one who was talking about NATO and the UN, and a lot of these countries, right, aren't paying their fair share, and we're helping countries, defending countries for no reason. Well, not for no reason, but, where it's not being, reciprocated. Yes, we agree there is no economical benefit for Greenland because it is strategic benefit. Hey, Killian, how's it going, man? How you doing? We're doing all right. We're hanging out. Hope you're doing well. Oh yeah. I believe we have Trump speaking in like 20 minutes. T minus 20 minutes. Silva climbing back up. Can't keep a good man down. Almost back to 3%. There was no strategic need to own Greenland that you can see. Yeah, again, I tried to explain strategically how it makes sense. I mean, those are basically Trump's words, right? That was from Trump and his Defense Department. That's why when people asked, like, well, what are you randomly talking about Greenland for? Like, where the hell did that come from? He explained himself. See, now that's what I mean, right? That's the difference. This is why I say, and I know, a lot of people could say, you just blow Trump. Like, whatever, it is what it is. I'm an American. That's the bottom line. But, no, just appreciate what I'm going to say, because my point is, a lot of the people we had before Trump were politicians, right? And he's like business guy turned politician. And the one thing I notice about politicians is they never directly answer the question. They never directly answer the question. And when they don't directly answer the question, that means there's some sort of hidden underlying agenda. Right? So that's what I mean. Like if we had a different type of president in there, and he randomly mentioned Greenland, and people were like, "Where the hell? Where the hell did that come from?" If they gave some BS, nonsensical, vague answer, that means they're doing some shady shit, and it's probably about the minerals and I don't know. They're gonna try to kick people out and make secret bases for themselves or some shit, right? That's what I mean. And that's why I say the fact that it's like, oh, why Greenland? Where'd that come from? And it was like, boom, like, we spoke, we looked at the freaking map. It's like, missiles coming this way. We got to own it like that. That's how we're going to be able to shut shit down and keep everyone safe. It's like, there wasn't even like an in the response. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's how you know. That's how you know that, like, there was an issue. They saw a solution. They're taking action with it. You can tell the difference in the administration. All right, bro, it's serious. So I don't know. Fire a missile, then. What do you want me to tell you? Again, I mean, I understand how you feel, and you're the only person from Denmark, so you're the only one who's speaking on that side. And again, I'm not dismissing it, but I will say, it's very, very different than, again, back in like ancient times, Genghis Khan, World War II times. Like, this is very different. We're not talking about boots on the ground, strolling in, taking land. Even again, like with the Canadian, it's like it's all about business. It's all about money. Trump's just trying to get the country, back into the black. He has to say certain things a certain way, brother. Like I said, people always try to, make these connections and act like, it's some tyrannical takeover bullshit. It's like, bro, if we wanted Denmark, you don't think we could take Denmark? I mean, honestly. As we mentioned, there's like 10,000 people in Greenland right now. I mean, we could fly in and drop a dozen Marines. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we have to be honest with each other, you know what I mean? And I'm not trying to be a prick about it because I'm on the American side. But, I'm just saying, like, we have to be, like, we have to be realistic with each other. And I still say again, it is for potential wartime strategic location. Right? That's what it all comes down to. And we're already allies, so that's what I mean. You can't even say, like, oh, you're trying to get the minerals. Like, we're already allies, so if there were minerals found or we wanted to come there and mine, we'd work out a deal and we'd both profit and get the mineral. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. It's like we're reading too much into it. That's how I feel. That's how I feel. remember, I understand, just build a base. I understand. But again, I, you know, we have to remember too. We have to remember also that a lot of the decisions made by our presidents and by our country don't actually materialize until several years later sometimes. Right? So for all we know, we could be getting dramatic about this situation, and maybe the deal goes through, we get Greenland, everyone's upset, and then in 2029, something happens, and we're so glad we have Greenland, and it worked out perfectly. Like, you understand what I'm saying? And that's what I mean. If the shit hits the fan, and we are approaching a potential World War III, you can't then at that moment call up Greenland and say, "Oh, hey, listen, we're gonna come in." Like, uh, uh, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. So markets, as we saw, we had that drop about 12:30, kind of slowly getting back to where we were. Little bit of a drop and rally, but for the most part, kind of still hovering. I guess waiting for this speech. I actually am glad. I am glad, though. I will say that we have someone in here from Denmark. Kind of let us know the vibe over there. But again, I know it's hard to say because, we're not from Denmark, but I don't know. I wouldn't get too upset about it. And we're dropping. And we're dropping. The dollar is also dropping. Nah, leave him alone. Those people in Greenland never bothered nobody. Yeah, down and then up. Yeah, I was going to say that too. I was going to say that too. That's why I was looking at puts kind of going in. I was expecting that bounce, obviously, a little early with that. But yeah, he's speaking, what, 2 o'clock? We love Greenland. I would love to go and check it out. I don't leave the house, but probably be a cool trip. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, it's the Savant. What's going on, brother? How you doing? all about Big Daddy Trump. What's he gonna say? What's gonna happen? Nobody knows. Silver back up over 3%. Well, wait a minute. Depends where we are. Not California, I hope. Because those suckers are gone. Woo! All day. I would say Trump. Investors and traders are patiently waiting for you. They're looking for that Trump pump. Looking for the Trump pump. I should turn on the TV, actually. Is this on TV? It's crazy how stiff I get just sitting in that chair. Oh, there you go. Let him know, Joe. Let him know. Okay, I have no signal. Okay, I have a signal. Oh, my governor is an idiot. What is this woman talking about? All I know is until I can bet on prediction markets, the state sucks. How about that? That's my stance. That's my local political stance on my state right now. Wow, Dodgeball is on. Look at South Park is on right now. Look, look. The universe knows. It's like, yo, look at all this awesome, cool, fun stuff you should be doing. And I'm like, no, no, where's Daddy Trump? Where is Daddy Trump? Wheel of Fortune. Are you speaking right now?
I think they should get voter ID. Wouldn't it be nice? The Democrats are totally against voter ID. Who's against voter ID? How can they even get there? We are against voter ID. How do you not get voter ID? You know what it means, man, right? When you're against voter ID, you want to cheat. So there's only one reason you want to cheat, and they do cheat. They're terrible. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Good, Eric. State Senator Jim Runstad. Jim, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Former Congressman Mike Rogers, who's running for the Senate, and he'll be a great senator. And he's going to be a great senator. He was a great congressman, and then he left. He went on to very big things. He did well, no matter where he was. And I think they took that away from you last time. I don't like to get things going. I don't like to be controversial at all. But they rigged the election on you. Mine was too big to rig. You won. I'm telling you, you won. But you're gonna do great this time. He's a great guy, actually. He's gonna be an amazing senator. Thank you for being here, Jim. Special envoy to Iraq, Mark Savaya. Mark. Hi, Mark. Thank you. Great job you've done. This guy, he negotiates better than anybody around. Thank you. You need it. With Iraq, you need it. You need to be a good negotiator, Mark. I also want to thank Michigan's great congressional delegation. They're amazing. That's been back in Washington due to a very important vote that's coming up. They had a choice. Sir, we want to be with you, but if we're not with you, we're going to lose. But we'll still be with you. I said, no, I'd rather have you win. Don't worry about it. So we're going to win the vote. Representatives Lisa McLean, Jack Bergman, John Molinar, Bill Heisinger, Tim Walberg, John James, and Tom Barrett. They're great people, every one of them. As many of you remember, I came here at the height of the 2024 campaign to lay out my plan to bring jobs and factories and wealth racing back to the United States and coming back to the great state of Michigan. And just a few weeks later, the people of the state and the voters all across the country endorsed that vision in a landslide victory. We won everything. We won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of. Oh, it's so nice to win the popular vote. I won the popular vote all 3 times too, but we're not going to get into that. But the first time they said I didn't win the popular vote, but I won the Electoral College. So they always said, while he didn't win, this is the way I got introduced every time. While he didn't win the popular vote, he won the Electoral College, you know. So this is the way I was introduced for 4 years. And guess what? We said, I'm going back. We're going to win and we won the popular vote by a lot. By a lot. So they can't say that crap anymore. And the thing that was most impressive, we won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. Think of that, 2,700 to 525. And that's why when you look at the maps on Republican, Democrat, with red being Republican, as most of you know by now, I think. Every once in a while you see one with that in reverse. They said, why we do it? Well, we think it looks better. I said, look, red is Republican. Let's not try and change the voters' minds on things. Just do it that way. And the map was virtually all red. That was about the counties. That was the 2,700 to 500 and 550, I think is the exact number. Most importantly, we won a historic mandate to make America great again. And this is what we're doing. We're making America great again like never before. After less than 12 months in office, this is the easiest speech to make. I have great people, and all I'm doing is spewing off what the hell we've done. Even Venezuela wasn't too bad, was it, huh? your people, Democrats, they say, I don't know if we should have done Venezuela. I don't know. Anybody that says that hates our country, okay? That was as flawless an attack as there has ever been. And they asked us to help them. They have 50 million barrels of oil. They said, take it. It's $5 billion. And we did. We're working with the Venezuelan people and representatives. It was amazing. But that was an amazing situation. But we did al-Baghdadi, flawless. We did Soleimani, flawless. We did the Iran nuclear attack when we wiped out their nuclear capacity, which would have been very bad. You wouldn't have peace in the Middle East, flawless. We did them all flawless. I want to keep it going that way, too. I like flawless. Think about Jimmy Carter, the great Jimmy Carter, the helicopters crashing, the hostages all over the place. Remember that one? Think about Sleepy Joe Biden with Afghanistan. What a disaster. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country, in my opinion. Real dope. Now, after less than 12 months in office, I'm back in Michigan to report to you on the strongest and fastest economic turnaround in our country's history. It's really been historic. There's never been, we're not 12 months, we're through 11 months. We've got $18 trillion being invested in our country. The most of any country ever was 3. We're at 18. There's never been anything like this. You are so lucky I allow you into this room to even be with me. I'm kidding. Kidding. The fake news will say, Donald Trump thinks he's hot stuff. Right now, I'm feeling pretty good, though, I will say. Oh, you're so lucky to be here. Under our administration, growth is exploding, productivity is soaring, investment is booming, incomes are rising, inflation is defeated, America is respected again like never before, and other than that, we're not doing that well. Now, think of all those things I just said. Every single inflation down, growth at an all-time high. Stock market every day, 48 days in a row, 48 days during the course of 11 months, we hit a new high on the stock market, all of them. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. That was said to me by many leaders.
Oh, God, America's so hot right now.
Numbers on record to the
Jay Powell, fraud.
And an economy that is far ahead.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look good, Tom.
Optimistic schedule, I thought. I didn't think it was, but people said it's very optimistic. Turns out to be very pessimistic by compared to what we've done. But we'll go down as the greatest in history, greatest first year in history nobody's ever had, just based on the numbers. Based only on the numbers, not based on me, based only on the numbers. Because, you get these guys like the governor of California likes to say how well he's doing. California's doing horrendously, but he says how well. We base it on numbers. There's never been numbers like this. Through 4 long years before I took office, crooked Joe Biden and his allies in Congress.
So hot right now.
The economic nightmare known as stagflation. How many times have you heard the word? We hit it with Joe. We hit everything. What a disaster. Reading low growth and high inflation. How does that work? Not good. So you have lousy growth and high inflation. In fact, it's the lowest growth ever and the worst inflation in the history of our country. That is really tantamount to not having a good 4 years, right? In other words, Sleepy Joe and the people that ran the auto pen were a complete and total disaster for our nation. They were a disaster for our nation. Had they won the election less than 1 year ago, we would have been, as I've often said, Venezuela on steroids. Now I'm Venezuela's biggest fan. We're working with them, but they came down from a very high number to a disaster, disaster. And we would have been Venezuela on steroids, and we're bringing Venezuela back, and we're going to be great for Venezuela, great for our country. We're taking in, as I said, millions and millions of barrels of oil, and now they're coming in initially on a daily basis, 50 million, and values of over $5 billion. This in 1 day. Just think of it, the biggest ships in the world can take 1 million barrels. The biggest ships in the world take 1 million. We have 50 million barrels. We need 50 of the biggest ships in the world just to get it out. We're bringing it in to be refined. It's an incredible feeling. It's great. Winning is a good thing. We're going to work with Venezuela. We'll make that country very strong again. We'll get oil prices down even further. We have it down at about a 6-year low or 7-year low, but we're going to get it down further. Joe Biden gave us a colossal stagflation catastrophe, but my administration's rapidly and very decisively ended that. We have quickly achieved the exact opposite of stagflation. Almost no inflation and super high growth. So we have the highest growth we've ever had. Think of the highest growth we've ever had, and we've only been there 11 months. Think of what we could do for the rest of it. But do we have wood or anything? Not. They have one little. Everything's plastic nowadays. It's very tough. Now we have the greatest growth, and we have inflation way down. But we inherited terrible growth, and we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. The fake news would say 49 years. So when I say the history, they give me a lot of time, but I believe it's the history. But let's say 49 years. Would you say 49 years is okay? It's pretty bad. What do you think, Mr. Senator, Mr. Future Senator? I'd say 49. What sounds worse, 49 years or history? I think 49 years almost sounds worse. Maybe I'll just use it. I won't argue with these people. As of this morning, core inflation for the past 3 months has been just 1.6%. The numbers we just announced just before I came on stage. And GDP is smashing expectations with the fastest growth for this country in many years. The fourth quarter is projected at 5.4%, and that's despite the Democrat shutdown where we lost at least 1.5 points. The Democrat shutdown, we would have had close to 7. Think of that, close to 7. They were projecting 2. The fakers were projecting 2. And if we keep deregulating and adding more capacity, like I saw today at Ford, and if we don't raise interest rates every time good news is mentioned. In the old days, I'm probably old. I used to be up at these lecterns and I'd say I'm younger than pretty much everybody in the room. Now I say I'm older than pretty much everybody. I like it the other way better, actually. But you're too young. But in the old days, when you had good numbers, interest rates would go down. When you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. That's the way we're going to make it again. That's the old-fashioned way. That's the right way. Today, if you announce great numbers, they raise interest rates to try and kill it. So you can never really have the kind of rally you should have. What happens and what we want, we're going to have a lot of great months, a lot of great quarters. I want the market to go up. You announce unbelievable numbers and the market goes down because they know you're going to do everything possible in the Fed. We're real stiff in the Fed, but that's for another day. But they raise rates. So everyone says, oh, they announced great numbers. It's great. And the market goes up because they immediately raise rates. No. When the market goes up, they should lower rates. You want to see 20% to 25%? You want to see what we can do? We've got to go back to an old standard. When there's good news, the market should go up, not go down. Does that make sense to everybody? And that's the way it used to be for most of the time. That's the way you make a country great. But our growth potential is unlimited and could be much higher if we went back to sanity. We're not doing it anymore. We're talking about the head of the Fed, and I want somebody that when the market is doing great, interest rates can go down because our country becomes stronger. See, you view it differently. Our country becomes stronger, and therefore interest rates should go down, not up. They kill every rally.
I would hold the calls, actually, in my opinion.
No matter who's president, you have a good quarter, and they want to kill it because they're so petrified of inflation. And growth and inflation don't necessarily go hand in hand. You can have growth and very low inflation. In fact, oftentimes growth is good for low inflation. So we're going to work on that, Scott, right? I think we're going to work on that very hard. I mean it so strongly. It's sickening. We announce good numbers and we see the stock market drops 300 points. I say, what the hell is going on? Should you agree with me? It should be just the opposite. All right, Scott agrees, so I'm very happy about this. That means if he didn't agree, I wouldn't do it. But we're already growing double, triple, and even quadruple the speed of almost every other major economy on Earth, with the #1 economy on Earth, too. And the results are in, and the Trump economic boom is officially begun. It's really begun almost from the beginning. Almost begun, if you look at it, really from November 5th. On another metric, just before the election, it was almost impossible to get people to join the military. We had the worst enlistment in the history of our country, the worst. You couldn't get people for the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, Space Force, the Coast Guard. You couldn't get people. And since right after the election, but especially since after January 20th, when we took office, we have now the strongest enlistment we've ever had in the history of our country. We've never enlisted people so quickly, so easily. And we enlist by merit now. You know, we won a Supreme Court case that said you hire by merit. You go to college now by merit. Everything's by merit. Our country became great because of merit. And we have done some job. But think of it, a year and a half ago, we had the worst enlistment in history, and now we have the best enlistment. Things like that don't happen. You might go from the bad enlistment to okay, but you don't go from the worst in history to the best in history. But that's what we've done, every one of them. And that includes police and firefighters. It was very hard to get police. It was very hard to get firefighters, and now everybody wants those jobs. In 4 years of Biden, they secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So 4 years, less than $1 trillion. In less than 1 year, I have secured commitments for over $18 trillion from all over the world, the most ever for any country. Think of that, they did, and I'll tell you what, had she won, it would be a disaster because you would have people leave. You would have not had 1 trillion, you would have had 5 trillion, 10 trillion leaving the country, and your welfare would have doubled. When you look at what's going on in Minnesota, is that a disgrace? Is that a disgrace? But we'll talk about that. Under Biden, we have the highest trade deficit ever recorded, losing more than $1 trillion every single year. How about that? It was killing Michigan, and everywhere else in our country was being absolutely destroyed. But in a matter of months, largely because of tariff income and the election result, we've slashed that gaping trade deficit by, in a short period of time, 62, it just came out, 62%. People are stunned. The fake news back there, look at those cameras rocking and rolling. Now, the fake news back there is, they're very upset about it, actually, but they're stunned. They can't believe it. We cut our trade deficit in actually 10 months was when the number came out. We cut it by 62%. It's going to go better than that now. The stock market is now the highest in history since the election. We've set all of those records, and I think an all-time record that's so important to me because so many people have them is boosting 401ks and retirement accounts for millions and millions of Americans, people that are in the police departments, the fire departments, people that are construction workers. A policeman came up to me recently, a nice guy guarding me. He's a perfect guy to guard me. He was a massive guy, big, strong guy. He said, "Sir, you made me look so good in front of my wife. My wife thought I was a horrible investor because every time I invested, we lost money. And we have a 401k, and I'm up like 85%. She thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm brilliant. She's now calling me brilliant. It makes my life much easier. I love my wife much more now. She calls me brilliant every time. I said, don't worry, you're going to do even better for the next 3 years." But one of the biggest reasons for this unbelievable success has been our historic use of tariffs. It was the tariff that made America strong and powerful in past generations, and then we got off it and we went to the income tax system. Great going, fellas. You know, we were the strongest in 1887, relatively speaking. That was around the McKinley time, Teddy Roosevelt, some others, but we were really strong. It was all tariffs. And I know what happened. Some of these countries got together and they say, hey, convince the United States that it's no good, the tariff system is unfair to us. And so some genius, I don't want to get into it, but some genius said, oh, let's go to an income tax system. So instead of foreign companies and countries paying everything, the people started paying. And then after that, you had a depression, but that was a long time. That was in like 1913, you had the tariff switched into income tax. And then in and they like to blame tariffs. You ever notice they blame tariffs? No, they brought tariffs back in 1932. They brought them back to try and save the sucker. But it was in 1929, because a lot of people, you know, the anti-tariff people. Now, an anti-tariff person is a pro-Chinese person, like Coke. This guy's fought me in every election I've ever been in, and I've kicked his ass. He inherited a lot of money. And I don't know the gentleman. But he fights me, and then he goes out and says, I made more money with Trump than I ever made in my life. And then he supports these other people that were total losers, gives them a lot of money. But he made more money. Everybody makes money with me. I always made money for people. Now it's tariffs that are making money for Michigan. And the entire country is stronger and safer and richer than ever before outside of that period of time. Now, if they had what was called the Great Tariff Act of 1887 or something like that, and it was a great group of people like yourselves. They picked really smart people to sit on a committee. They had so much money they didn't know what to do with it, and they wanted to have the money given away. You know, we built the Panama Canal out of tariffs. We did a lot of things. Panama Canal was the single biggest investment, relatively speaking, that this country's ever made. Would be the equivalent of trillions of dollars today. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1. It was also the most profitable thing ever built. Thing. In other words, like buildings or casinos or anything, the most profitable thing ever built was the Panama Canal. And brilliantly, Jimmy Carter thought the country of Panama should have it, even though we lost 36,000 people to the mosquito. You know that, right? To the mosquito and a certain snake, which was not a very nice reptile. This was a brutal reptile. You got bit, it was over. It was just like, bye-bye, everybody. We lost 36,000 people. Malaria, the mosquito, and the snake. And he gave it away for $1. Well, at least we got $1. That's better than most of those guys do. We got $1 for the most expensive thing ever built, most profitable thing ever built, too. It makes so much money. Every prediction the critics made about our tariff policy has failed to materialize. The evidence shows overwhelmingly that the tariffs are not paid by American consumers, that they are paid by foreign nations and middlemen. And Scott went over that with us before. And they're paid by middlemen. They raise the thing. The countries get involved. They pay because otherwise they won't have companies. They won't be viable. And we're the big beneficiary. Once again, the so-called experts were 100% wrong and Trump was right. People of Michigan were 100% right. You elected the right guy. If you had the other person, everybody, we wouldn't even be having a meeting today, probably. There'd be no meeting. The economic club would be saying, like, we're doing bad. It's going to be awfully tough to get people to show up. This is going to be tough for the chairman. This is going to not be a good day for us. We don't want to have, let's cancel the meeting immediately. The Trump tariffs have delivered us trillions of dollars of new investment, unprecedented new partnerships on minerals, rare earths, defense, and artificial intelligence, and historic levels of foreign military sales. You know, you have the Supreme Court now going to rule on whether or not we can use tariffs. Can you believe this? A case brought about by people that are China-centric. Foreign-centric, but China-centric. I wouldn't want it if I was China either. You know, China's one of our biggest taxpayers right now. China. Would you ever believe you'd hear that? And they've been great. My relationship with President Xi has been great, but we have a group that's foreign-centric, China-centric, suing, and we'll figure something out if we don't win, but we should win. I mean, we should win. So great for national security. I ended 8 wars. Think of that, 8 wars. And without trade and tariffs, you wouldn't have been able to end any of them. But they brought hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into the United States Treasury, helped curb inflation, and helped cut the federal budget deficit by a staggering 27%. And that's only for a short period of time. The number's much bigger than that when you add in the full year. And I've told people I got into a lot of trouble because of the fake news back there. I told people, I said, tariff is my favorite word. I said, my favorite word of every word is tariff. I've loved it for 40 years. I came here many years ago. Remember they said I didn't come here, then they found out I did. I got an award in Detroit, in Michigan, many years ago, and still have it. They said it never happened. It did happen. Turned out I didn't notice any apology. But all I did was talk about you're losing your car industry. This was long before I ran for politics. They said you're losing. I said, why are you allowing these foreign nations to take your car? You know, you lost 57% of your car industry. The good news is you're getting it back. But I said, why aren't you using tariffs? I've been very consistent, I will tell you that, for years and years, even as a private businessman. For years I used to, because I get, for whatever reason, a lot of publicity always I don't know if that's good or bad, but it happens. And I talk about the points. But I said recently, I said, tariff is my favorite word in the whole dictionary. There's no word. And I took a lot of heat. They said, what about your wife, your children? What about religion and God? What about Jesus? So I said, all right, it's my fifth favorite word. And since then, I've been fine. They hit me hard, these people, these the fake news. They were killing me over tariff. He likes tariff more than his wife, more than religion. He likes tariff more than anything. What a disgrace. So I now call it number 5, and I'm in good shape. That was a rough day. It's my favorite word, and I got killed. Every word, when you go up here, you take a big chance, especially me, because I go off teleprompter about 80% of the time. But isn't it nice to have a president that can go off teleprompter? What do you think?
No scripts.
The speeches, first of all, they'd last a matter of seconds,
Sometimes it's Russia, sometimes
Always cough before a speech.
because it depends if we're talking about potential trade wars or if we're talking about the NWO.
And then it would be like very short. Although the one time they had him spruced up pretty good. Remember, he was high as a kite. He was floating. He was up there way up. He didn't. That was a bad speech. But hey, you get through it. You get through it. If you call it getting through. This country was so. Can you imagine allowing 25 million people into our country? Many of them criminals. Many of them murderers. What he did to this country, what they did, because it was the people surrounding that beautiful, resolute desk. But just as I promised you that I've imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles, I'm standing up for the American auto worker like no president has ever stood up before. Those tariffs are keeping the foreign auto workers. Now, if they want to come in and build a plant and hire you and hire your friends and your neighbors, that's great. I love that. Let China come in, let Japan come in. They are. And they'll be building plants, but they're using our labor. U.S. auto factories are now seeing more than $70 billion of new investment. Think of that. They were leaving. They were all going. They were going in the opposite direction. Now they're pouring back. It's the greatest. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And much of that money is coming right here to the car-making capital of the world, Detroit. You lost, so many places. Since I took office, Ford has announced it will invest $5 billion across its Michigan and Kentucky plants, creating 4,000 new jobs. GM is moving production of the Chevy Blazer and Equinox from Mexico right back here to America. Right? Is my favorite auto worker here by any chance? You know who I'm talking. What happens? Where's Brian? Brian. Oh, I see. He made some cash. He's after Florida. Oh, he's been very disloyal to Detroit. We're going to have to. He is such a great guy, right? And that guy fought for me when it wasn't the popular thing to do. He fought for me from day one. Well, you tell him I said hello to him, all right? That guy. He got it 4 years ago. He got it right at the beginning.
Yeah, I mentioned VXX calls yesterday. It happens.
Great economists. They have no clue. And Stellantis is investing $13 billion to expand its U.S.-based manufacturing plant by more than 50%. Stellantis doing a good job. Never before has an administration achieved such sweeping and dramatic turnarounds as has taken place just in this very short period of time. You're talking about 11 months. 11 months and you have a different business. 11 months and you're booming. I just moved to an AI guy, and that's moving to, we're leading China in AI by a lot. I'm letting them build their own electric plants because people are saying, the amount of electricity they need they need twice as much as electricity currently in the United States for every other business, home, factory. They need double. So I said, we can't do that. And then I had the idea. When they build these $50 billion plants, I'm going to let them build, and they're already building big electric plants, take care of their plant. And any excess electricity, they'll sell it back to our country. It's an unbelievable, and therefore we're going to build, I think if they really had it, you hear how much. And I have great respect for China, but you hear they're building a lot of electricity, but we are too. But we're having it built privately. They're going to own their own electric. They're becoming their own electricity producer. And when they heard this idea, they thought it was great, but they didn't take it seriously because they said it's too good to be true. But then they realized that I was serious, and we're getting them 2 and 3 week approvals. They don't have to wait for 20 years before they get rejected. You know, in the old days, they had to wait for 20 years, and then they get rejected at the end of 20 years. Guys would give up their whole career trying to get one approval, and then they get rejected. In every aspect of our agenda, we're putting America first, and nothing will stand in our way. Nothing's going to stand in our way. Nothing. So one of our top priorities of this mission is promoting greater affordability. Now, that's a word used by the Democrats. They're the ones that cause the problem. The one thing, they stick together. They don't have some of the people that we have. I don't know, it's a genetic thing. It's something in the blood. We got some real losers. We're mostly great. But I wouldn't use the name Romney because I'm in his sort of territory, but so I would never use that name. All right, I'll use it. They don't have a Mitt Romney that votes against everything. They don't have a Rand Paul that votes against everything. I got him elected twice. He was stone cold loser. I went to Kentucky where I won by a lot. I did a rally for him. Then I did another rally. Then I went the second time he won. Then he votes against all the time. It's just crazy. I don't get it. Then you have Lisa Murkowski and you have Susan Collins. Disasters. And you had a gentleman from Indiana that I don't believe it, Todd Young, he voted against. And you say, why are you voting against? They can't give you an answer. They're unable to give you an answer. It's like, why are they against the attack on Venezuela? They're against the attack after they found out it was the most successful attack, probably the most talented, most brilliant tactically attack that we've had maybe in 100 years. And they're against it. Why? It's one thing if the attack failed. I'd probably do that too, or change. I'd be in favor of that if it failed. I'd say, I told them not to do it. That's what they did. But here we have one of the most successful attacks ever, and they find a way to be against it. It's pretty amazing. But it's a shame, and we have some others, but not many. We have a great party, but we have people, the Democrats, whether you like them or not, they stick together like glue. They have horrible policy. Thank God they have horrible policy. Because they're smart, they're evil, they're vicious, but they're bad policy. For instance, you could be a genius and try selling men playing in women's sport. You could be a genius, try selling transgender for everybody. Open borders. Let the world come in. Let the world's prison population come into the United States, including all of the murders, 11,888. That's what we're trying to get out of Chicago and Minnesota and these places. So they stick together, which I admire because I'm a very loyal person. But they have horrible policy. Can you imagine if they had good policy? They were on this morning talking about all the reasons that men should be playing in women's sports. They had a football guy there, flag football. This guy was like 6'6", he weighed 290 pounds with zero body fat. And they had a few young women. They were the size of his leg. He wouldn't have had to run. He could have just walked. They couldn't have done a thing about it. 10 of them would have to jump one of them that wouldn't have had any impact. I don't think he would have been like a fly. It's so ridiculous. It's so demeaning to women. It's so demeaning. Look at the weightlifting records. I mean, the record got beaten by 112 pounds, a record that stood for 18 years. 1 ounce they put on stood for 18 years. Guy comes along who was a poor lifter as a man. He was at the lower portion of the class. Comes along and broke the record by 112 pounds. Think of that. They fought for years to beat that record. How about the swimming records? I mean, you could go to sleep during the time the man comes in and the woman. You can go take a nap for a little while. How about the long distance race that took place not so long ago? Long distance, these marathon deals. They had top men, top women. The man came in. The woman came in 5 hours and 14 minutes and 36 seconds behind the man. Think of it. You're waiting. The man comes in. Now you're waiting 5 hours. What do you do if you're the parents? You go home and see it for a while. Who the hell wants that. It's so demeaning to women who are great athletes. It's so demeaning to them, and it's right now in the Supreme Court. I can't believe it would even go to the Supreme Court. I mean, can you imagine 20 years ago talking about men playing? What do you think you're crazy? What transgender for everybody? If you said there will be no mutilation of children, that's one of my standing lines. We will not allow the mutilation of a child. Can you imagine having to say that 15 years ago? People would say, is that guy crazy? Of course we won't. But we're living in a different time. It's a crazy time we're living in. After real wages plummeted by $3,000 under Sleepy Joe Biden, real wages are up by $1,300 in less than 1 year under President Trump. For construction workers, wages are up $1,800. Don't forget, they were down $3,000. Factory workers over $2,000, and for many other workers over $5,000. And I just gave the military, because we're doing so well, we're taking in so much money with the tariffs. I just gave them 1776. You saw that, right? Did you see that? They had 75, and I said, if you had one more dollar, 1776. They said that was a good idea. We could afford one more dollar. We gave them 1776. Meanwhile, grocery prices are starting to go rapidly down. Rent is down. Airfares are down. Hotel rates are down. Cell phone prices are down. And we're just getting started. But more importantly than going down, our growth is through the roof. It's way up. Among my first acts in office was to end the radical left war on oil and gas and stop the crusade to kill American energy, and frankly, to open up cars so that you don't have to have an electric car. I love electric cars. I think they're great. I like Elon a lot. I don't think he was too happy with my policy of opening it up, and I can understand that. But I've been saying it for 4 years. They wanted everybody to have an electric car in a very short period of time. There was no way to build the stations. There was no way to get it done. I want you to have gasoline-powered cars. I want you to have electric. I want you to have hybrids. I want you to have everything. Hydrogen, I don't know about. I'm hearing it's not testing so well. It's fine, except when there's an explosion, you're a goner. Now, have you heard that with hydrogen? One guy's trying to sell hydrogen, and I say, yeah, but, sir, that only happens 1 in 100. Oh, great. When it happens, they find the body like 300 yards down the road. So I said, I'll pass on hydrogen. Maybe there's something I don't know about, but is anybody in the hydrogen car business? Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in 17 states and under $2 in many places. We have some states it's $1.95, $1.99, $1.97. As we speak, these are gas stations. Think of that. We have gas stations in the Detroit area where you can fill up for less than $2.30 a gallon, whereas 2 years ago it was $4.50, and in many places it was way over $5. Think of that, $2.30. You see it. That's like a massive tax cut, which we gave you under the great big beautiful bill, by the way. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And with our extremely successful operation in Venezuela earlier this month, that number soon is going to go lower because we're going to have a lot more energy. We're going to have a lot more, as opposed to a country that's going to be totally shut down. No fuel, no gasoline. And it's, they say it's got more than Saudi Arabia. Who knows? It's got a lot. And by the way, to all Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Take over your institutions if possible. And save the name of the killers and the abusers that are abusing you. You're being very badly abused. If the numbers are right now, I hear 5 different sets of numbers. I hear numbers. Look, 1 death is too much. But I hear much lower numbers, and then I hear much higher numbers. But I say save their names because they'll pay a very big price. And I've canceled all meetings with the Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. And all I say to them is help is on its way. You saw that I put tariffs on anybody doing business with Iran. Just went into effect today. And I say, make Iran great again. It was a great country until these monsters came in and took it over. And it's all very fragile. What would have happened to us? I'm telling you. If I didn't win this election, what would have happened to us? In the coming weeks, I will be laying out even more plans to help bring back affordability. And again, remember, that's a fake word by Democrats. Prices were too high. They caused the high price. they never want to talk about affordability. They always go, this is an election about affordability. I said, of course it. But they're good at that stuff. They're good at that stuff. They're fake. And they're good at that stuff. It's an election about high prices that was caused by the Democrats and that I brought down a lot. And remember, when you see energy coming down like I brought it down, and gasoline coming down, that brings everything else in. It's so much bigger than any other factor. When gasoline gets to be $1.99 a gallon, everything comes down. The donuts come down, the truck that delivers the donuts, the stove that makes the donuts, the whole thing, it all comes down. And it's coming down much faster than anybody can even believe. And remember, though, I always say, because, normally when that goes down, the world comes down. That's the bad way of bringing it down. Our growth is through the roof. So I always want to say that whenever I say prices are coming down, but our growth is going way up. Two beautiful events, the exact opposite of the Biden administration. As part of those efforts at Davos next week, I'm going to provide much more detail about our housing policies so that every American who wants to own a home will be able to afford one. We have some great things happening with housing. As you saw the $200 billion buy-in on bonds and mortgages. This will include a ban on large institutional investors buying up single-family homes all over the country and making it impossible for people to buy a home. And I've also announced that the U.S. government is purchasing $200 billion of mortgage bonds to bring down mortgage rates, and it's had a huge impact. It's already started. And just last week, the average 30-year mortgage dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. It's coming down very rapidly, and that's not with the help of the Fed. If I had the help of the Fed, it would be easier. But that jerk will be gone soon. In addition, I proudly called for the credit card companies to cap interest rates at 10% for 1 year, because they're getting 28 and 30% to 32%. And it's unfair. The rates are way too high. To provide further relief to hardworking Americans, we'll also be confronting one of the biggest factors in driving up prices, the monstrosity known as the Unaffordable Care Act. You know what that is, right? It's Obamacare. It's a great name, Unaffordable Care Act. Did anybody ever think of that? Well, before it's true. It's the Unaffordable Care Act. Obamacare was a gift to make health insurance companies rich at the expense of the American people. In particular, the so-called enhanced premium tax credits were a corrupt payoff to the insurers, whose stock prices went up more than 1,000% after Obamacare was signed. I want the same money I want it to go directly. Very simple. I want the money, those big amounts of
Well,
money.
President Trump speaking to the Economic Club of Detroit after touring a Ford factory in the area. The president touting his economic agenda, pushing new initiatives to focus on affordability. It comes as a recent poll shows a majority of Americans feel the economy is getting worse overall. We're going to take a quick break. We'll take you back to Detroit on the other side.
Well, hurry up.
Venezuela. It's about Cuba. Ready to get started. Welcome to the team.
I gotta mute these commercials here. Yeah, that's funny. I saw you say that. I was about to say, just move to Greenland, bruh. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Make Utah Danish again. You don't have to watch anyone else on YouTube, as we can simply discuss it here. Thank you.
Commission.
Oh. Do 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 do. We're gonna make it after. See if I'm rich yet. Nope.
The number of burdensome regulations. We're number one in the history of our country in cutting regulations. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. So if we put on a regulation, the only way I'll allow it to happen is if the secretary, like Scott Bassett, cuts 10 old regulations. But instead, last year we actually cut 129 regulations for every one that we put in. Think of that. So nobody's ever cut regulations like I have. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate that ended the war on internal combustion engines. Once and for all, those engines were gone. And some people like them. And if they like them, great. And if they like electric, if they like any form of propulsion, any way you want to propel your car is okay, except for a couple of them. I said this. So I permanently stopped Joe Biden's ridiculous CAFE standards. You know what the CAFE standards are? They're standards that make it impossible for you to build a car affordably. They make it impossible for a car to really work right. The CAFE standards sound so nice. The CAFE standards, it's environmental standards that are impossible to meet. And we're canceling the EPA's absurd tailpipe emission standard, one of the worst ever. And I revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating automobiles all over our nation, all over our world. Boy, have I learned. I have done so much for the car industry space. Nobody thought it was possible to do this. And that's why your industry, and not everybody's in the car industry. How many people are in the car industry in this room, in one way or another? It's a lot. It's something. Another urgent priority for bringing down the cost of living is to stop the colossal fraud that is bleeding American taxpayers. Absolutely.
What the hell?
Is monumental. And California, Illinois, New York, and others are just as bad. Our country has been losing over $500 billion to fraud every single year, but those days are over. We have the best group you've ever seen assembled going after fraud. In Minnesota, we're cracking down on the Somali scams, ending the brazen and shameless theft of taxpayer dollars. What's going on in Maine, too, with Somalis? You know, and they don't take our ships anymore. You know why? We hit them with the same missile that we used to hit the drug dealers coming in with their boats. You know, we have drugs coming in by sea down 97%. You've seen that? And we're really trying hard to find out who the hell is the other 3%. But we have them down 97%. And we're going to start hitting them by land, too. The hard part is done. By sea, nobody's coming. It hasn't been great for the fishing industry, however. Those that have a fishing boat, they're having a hard time getting customers. You can't have everything. Nobody wants to go on boats. Nobody wants to go like 25 miles an hour. When you see a boat with 5 engines on the back of it going 65 miles an hour, and it's loaded up with hundreds of bags, and you see cellophane with white, typically it's not fishing. How about the couple of submarines we took down? We took out 2 submarines, and the Democrats say they were fishing. No, they were submarines. They build a very fast, it's a drug-carrying submarine. They have a lot of money. And we took them out, and the Democrats claimed that they were fishing. We shouldn't ruin people's beautiful fishing journey. It's unbelievable what we have to go through. It's really a shame, actually. We've frozen all children's payments to those states that we're talking about, and we will now require proof of attendance in order to receive federal funding for child care or any of that. How about all these child care places in Minnesota where there's no children? They go there, they get paid millions and millions of dollars. The biggest operation in all of Minnesota, no children. And we pay millions of dollars. They're scammers. They always will be. And we're getting them out, and we're not going to pay them. We're not going to pay Minnesota. Right, Scott? We're not paying Minnesota any more money for any of that crap. It's a big scam. It's a giant scam run by an incompetent, crooked governor. He's an incompetent, crooked guy. And also, we're freezing any and all welfare payments going to illegal immigrants. Will start effective immediately. So when illegals come into California, Gavin Newsom, they come into California, and they send us bills for people coming in. We're not paying it, so we're working on that very strongly. Just don't pay it. As Nancy Reagan would say, just say no. You remember Nancy Reagan? Just say no to drugs. It's a little more difficult than that, I guess, right? Just say no. Additionally, from this moment forward, if you're on public assistance, like almost all Somalis are, did you see where 94% of them are on public assistance? You can't wire money out of the country back to your bank account from where you came. But more importantly, we probably aren't even going to give them the money anymore. The money going to them because it's a tremendous abuse, probably illegality being perpetrated on our country. We're not going to give them the money. We're not giving them the money. It's massive numbers of people scamming our country. You know, they came from a place with nothing, and they come here and they drive around in Mercedes-Benz. You know, the Mercedes-Benz dealers do well in that area of Minnesota. Can you believe it? They have nothing. They get welfare payments, and they have Mercedes-Benzes. It angers me so much, but we're going to straighten out our country. This was done under Biden and Obama, very much under Obama. It all started under Obama. And we just can't, we've got a great country, we're not going to screw it up. But this was one of the great scams ever. They have the same thing, Somalia and Maine. Who would think? I never saw that happening. But in Maine, it's really crooked as hell too. But it's not just Somalia. It is them, but it's not just. There are many other places, many other people. The whole country, if we stop this fraud, this massive fraud, we're going to have a balanced budget. That's how much money it's on. We'll have a balanced budget without all the growth I'm talking about. And when you add the growth, we got one hell of a country. We're given 90-day notices in places like California, Scott. Right away, we're going to send out that notice. We'd bill the federal government as people poured into the state to send those people back because no country can afford to do it. No country can afford to take in millions of people, pay for their education, their health care, their hospitals. You just can't do it. And we all have a heart, you can't do it. But many of those people are murderers. They're people released from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums. They're people that are drug dealers. They're addicts. Additionally, starting February 1st, we're not making any payments to sanctuary cities or states having sanctuary cities because they do everything possible to protect criminals at the expense of American citizens. And it breeds fraud, crime, and all of the other problems that come. So we're not making any payment to anybody that supports sanctions. We have also suspended nearly 8,000 SBA loans, Small Business Association loans, to suspected scammers in Minnesota, of which there are many. It's a great state. It was a great state. Now it's getting destroyed by that stupid governor. What a stupid guy he is. but he's a crook. I mean, he's a incompetent guy, but he's a crook. He allowed this to go. You can't have corruption at a scale that nobody's ever seen before, and you're sitting as a governor and you don't know what's going on. It's impossible, even though he's a stupid guy. We're investigating large-scale visa fraud, and the Department of Justice has already charged nearly 100 people in criminal conspiracies in Minnesota. They're all over the place. Last week, we announced that I'm creating a brand new division at the Department of Justice, a legal strike force led by a really tough, smart new Attorney General for fraud. He's a fantastic young guy. He's so passionate to do this properly. We intend to imprison any fraudster, politician, or public official involved in these sick plots to loot and pillage our country. Think of that Ilan Omar. She lives in Somalia. They don't have a government. They don't have a military. They don't have police. They don't have anything. All they have is murder, robbing ships, bringing in ships, pirates. That's stopped. Same missile. Ping. That's the end of them.
Ping.
It's amazing how that can stop corruption. Those missiles, they never miss, you know. The same one, exactly the same one. But think of it, she comes from a country with nothing, and she comes here and she tells us about our Constitution. I have a constitutional right to rip off the country. I guess she's a total scam artist. Anybody knows. How do you let her get away with it? AOC plus 3. She was one of the 3. They're all scammers. They're so bad for our country. They're so bad for our country. Our ICE operation in Minnesota, for example, is finding hundreds of killers, violent predators, and child rapists, some of the worst criminal offenders anywhere in the world, murderers all over the place. All we want to do is get them out. Did you see the pictures that we put up? Hundreds of them. Murderers wanted for murder, wanted for the worst drug selling. One of them is one of the biggest drug dealers in the world. And vicious, sells bad drugs too. Bad drugs, like if you take a tiny little morsel, your child is dead. And we're getting them. But it's hard to get them because they make it so impossible for you. And you wonder why. Why would they do that? You know, do they want to live with murderers? Do they want to live with these people that are emptied out from prisons? They have a lot of people. One of the reasons I was so angry with Venezuela, they emptied their prisons almost entirely into the United States of America. Tren de Aragua was the gang. One of the worst, probably the most violent gang there is anywhere in the world, they say. We're getting them out. We've got a lot of them out already, but we're also going to revoke the citizenship of any naturalized immigrant from Somalia or anywhere else who is convicted of defrauding our citizens. We're going to get them the hell out of here fast. And if you come to America to rob Americans, we're throwing you in jail and we're sending you back to the place from where you came. We're throwing you right in jail. And they know it too. And one of the reasons they're doing these fake riots, I mean, they're just terrible. I mean, you see it's so fake. Shame, shame, shame. You see the woman. That's all practice. They go practice. They go to areas, they take hotel rooms, and they all practice together. It's a whole scam. We're finding out who's funding all this stuff, too. We pretty much know. But in conclusion, as we liberate our country from this cultural scourge and the plague of corruption and fraud, we'll rediscover the natural energy and native spirit that truly makes America great again, like we're doing with Detroit and Michigan. If we get rid of fraud and do our job properly on the trillions that are being extorted out of our country from corrupt and incompetent governors like Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, and Tim Walz, we will very soon have a balanced budget, and that's the kind of money that we're talking about. We're talking about massive amounts of money. Our country wasn't built by people who tried to lie and cheat and scam their way to success. It was built by legends like Henry Ford, Henry Dow, Thomas Edison, the Kellogg brothers, Alfred P. Sloan, the founder of General Motors, men who lifted up American workers and strengthened our nation beyond even belief. But we're doing the same exact thing right now. I think we're doing it even better. This is the fierce spirit of patriotic free enterprise that we're now unleashing once again. We are unleashing it like maybe never before. Together we have turned the page forever on the failed left-wing model that makes our America poor, desolate, and makes people feel sorry for us. That's what we had. We had a country where our leader was laughed at and our country was scorned. We had a country that was laughed at. They laughed at us 2 years ago. They laughed at us. They thought we were fools. They thought we were stupid people. Now we're seeing that they're not the smart ones. We are. But we have a great America, and we're going to enrich it. And foreign nations, foreign migrants, criminal fraudsters, and corrupt politicians are not going to play a role anymore. They're going to be in jail. Under the Trump administration, we're reclaiming America's dignity and rebuilding America's wealth. And we're putting the productive, hardworking American citizen at the center of every single thing that we do. They were the ones that built America, and they will build it up again. And that's what they're doing at levels nobody thought was possible. So today, after less than 1 year, our border is secure. Remember, they talked about the border, how bad? In 3 weeks, I didn't go to Congress. They said, secure our border. And they did. And Biden said they have to get approval from Congress. Nothing to do with Congress, had to do with respect. Our spirit is restored. Inflation has stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our economy is booming like I think you'll see soon, like never before. Our military is strong and unprecedented. I rebuilt our military in my first term. Our workers are thriving and our auto industry is returning to the country where we all began and where it all began, and frankly, a country that we love. The United States is winning again, and we're rapidly making America and the great state of Michigan greater and more prosperous than ever before. I want to again thank the Detroit Economic Club. You do a fantastic job, so respected. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much, everyone.
The YMCA.
Latest song, President Trump live from Detroit as he wraps up an hour-long speech on the economy, touching on other topics such as Iran as well on common issues. Our coverage continues here in New York on another busy news day where we'll talk about that speech.
Yeah, you talk about it. Tell me what you come up with. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum. Yeah, just in case people weren't paying attention. Oh, and it looks like the opposite of what I said. Actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, but it wouldn't. Nah, it's gonna go back up. It's gonna go back up. It's gonna go back up. Yep. Stocks only go up. It's time for the power hour. Hold on, I'll be right back. We go late day rally. Young men, there's no need to feel down. I say, young men. Oh, we are dropping. What's the dollar doing? The dollar is not doing anything. Okay. Okay. Campbell's been pretty quiet. I know everybody flipped out about the whoever he was, the VP or whatever, but it's funny. I'm pretty sure we could all agree after that video surfaced that they're gonna change up the chicken and you're gonna see, you know, Campbell's organic natural soups, and you know what I'm saying? So like that rebranding, that restructuring is probably gonna be coming soon. My opinion. LAC 3%. Back to the trend line. Yeah, you said it was what? Like 6.25 pre-market or something? So then, oh, excuse me. So then, in my opinion, that's kind of truly where it should be. So it will most likely get up there. Got this line here at 610. So should continue. S&P now sub 6950. Gonna bring it right back into the apex and then pop it. Ooh, I'm starting to get hungry. And on the run. Been on the run. 100 SOV call looking sweet. Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. Gotta ride that wave, baby. Ride that wave. S&P and markets going lower. I don't know what the S&P's doing. Does it not see my arrow? I mean, honestly. Baby, it's cold outside. Yeah, Verizon had that break. I knew I forgot to look at something, bro. Right? And I literally said that the other day. I said Verizon looks like might be setting up a descending triangle. Oh, those puts would have been nice. Shit. Baby, it's cold outside. Got T minus 45 minutes. There's like a few names reporting earnings today. I don't think it's any names that anyone's really interested in, but the banks are continuing to report this week. We got who was it? Wells Fargo, Citi, Bank of America, all reporting before the open. And again, I recently said what puts on JP Morgan. So I don't know. Again, that's why I said puts on the other banks. I have a feeling the sector overall may just kind of report weakness across the board. So much red. Red. And just remember how much I was flipping out yesterday, right? That's what I mean. I'm not crazy. This should have happened yesterday. I just hope it doesn't turn out to form. I mean, look at this. We have these tighter, smaller highs coming back down to the bottom here. I just hope it doesn't form a descending triangle right here and break down. I just laugh because, I mentioned calls. I gave Trump the benefit of the doubt, and it turns out to be puts, which is what I usually always say. That's why you gotta laugh about it. You have got to laugh about it. Otherwise, you go crazy. Right now, I'm having a good time. So I'm having a good time. Having a good time. Yep. Yep. Those are the names, baby. That's why I kept saying the backup players, man. The backup player. The only one that has not been doing well is SMCI. Here we go. I gotta make sure I see this. There we go. There we go. Let's see this happen, huh? Baby, it's cold outside. That's it, baby. Shades in the chat. We are too cool for school. Okay. Late day rally. Put your rally caps on, team. Put the rally caps on. Oh, man. My bad, man. Just have to zoom in a little. Just make sure everybody could see. Uh-oh. Crypto climbing? Uh-oh. Market's dropping. Bitcoin up 3 and... hold on, I can't see. Ah. And is silver starting... No. Gold, maybe? No. And what's the dollar doing? Climbing. Huh. Oh. Hey, how you doing out there? This is interesting. Yep. 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 This is the bottoming potential descending triangle that I was worried about 2 minutes ago. Uh-oh. Yeah, fuck you about that. Uh-oh. Yeah, what'd you say before they did? They did something you said. I love how the market was bouncing back. And we were dead right. We need a big pop here to get it back into the apex. Truck backing up. Better be a Brinks truck taking us to the bank. Here we go. Here we go. Late day rally. I have my rally cap on. I'm assuming you all do as well. Flashback to the baseball days. Little League. Little League Baseball. Hey, bada 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 bada. Swing, bada. Hey, bada 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 bada. Swing, bada. Do they not see the arrow? You better get on the horn and tell them what's up, baby. Yes, zero down financing for the Blackwell chips. Yes. Yes, thank you. And what happened? They went flat? Yep. Yep. Technically making slightly lower highs, but yeah, you see, all right, you see how the bodies of those two candles, and this one actually, see how we got multiple bodies with that wick like just touching the line, and you have the tightening coming up. I'm telling you, it's setting up ascending triangle. It should be popping, believe it or not. Video might get hit, but other companies, CapEx going through the roof. CapEx going to drop for other companies or Nvidia? Other companies. Less out of pocket for the other companies, right? Actually, let me look at this chart again. Do 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 do. Yeah, Jim, meta should go up. All right, let's see. Whoops. When did they announce that? Amazon too. Well, Amazon I feel is, whoops, hit the wrong key. Amazon I feel is just undervalued in general. Yeah, Amazon technically lining up potential ascending triangle as well. About an hour ago, yeah. So like right around the time 2-ish with the speech, you can see Amazon gained a little momentum, bouncing off the bottom, the lows of the day. I would honestly say maybe Amazon calls here if you're looking for a quick flip. I don't know how much cash you guys have. Probably something like 245s are probably very expensive, but I mean, technically, you could make a quick trade on Amazon. I trust Tom on the Meta call as well, but let me see, actually. So if it was, no, it was earlier than that. So it was like here. Yeah, about 2:15. See, Meta, it's funny, Meta kind of looks the opposite. Meta kind of looks like it's forming this head and shoulders. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, S&P just dropping. Now lows of the day, which is what I was worried about. Oh, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Yeah, I hear you, Deli. Yeah, but still, you know, they'll see the movement like you were saying. I'm honestly very surprised they dropped it even lower after Trump spoke. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. And you guys know I always call puts, for the most part. Gave him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, you know, again, you know, I was calling him on the way down here. We went up to what? Didn't even get back to 69.60. I mean, the thing only went up 6, 7 points. We were barely correct for a few minutes. Oh, and then we came down here and retested and just broke. Unbelievable. This is what I mean. This is what I mean with fake markets, bro. This is what I mean. We have bad news. They stayed up, but then we opened down. Now we're dropping. We get the president speaking about good news, but we're going lower. Opposite day. You know what I mean? Back to back now. Opposite day. Saying China needs to pay in full for Blackwell's. Oof. Sticking it to the man. Down now, down almost 500 points, 1%. Less than 30 minutes to go. Market's selling off, lows of the day. Oh, 0 down to pre-order. Uh-oh, beautiful. How much to just put my name on the list? Yeah, don't worry, we could put you on the list. Don't worry about it. Alright, fair enough. Appreciate the correction. Really? Really? Sub 69.40? Huh. You guys know, logically, this was supposed to happen yesterday. You know that, right? Should have made frickin' everyone across the board so much money this week. It's only Tuesday. We should be up huge. Instead, we're on the wrong side of the fence twice. Which is just laughable. Oh, son of a bitch. Silver only up 1% now. Oof, big drop back down. Going back to about 85.70, it looks like, maybe. Well, now it'll retest. That's fine. We're not seeing much movement in the dollar. Yeah. Do, 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 do. I mean, I didn't even think it would retest 69.40. That's why I expected to bounce here back to 69.60 and then up there to the line. So now, up, here we go. Here we go. Late day rally. Looks like MACD trying to cross back to the upside, maybe. Do it for Niels. Wow, that's racist. Do we get the late day rally? Is he from Peru? That's even more racist. Nah, I'm just kidding. Let's go. Pump back to the triangle. Let's go. I stand by my arrow. And I will say, if we close like nowhere near my arrow, then you got to buy puts tomorrow. My opinion. My opinion. Or maybe depending on the close, maybe you can jump in a put or two going into tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Because we dropped when we should have popped. Now we're trying to pop, but we just dropped. So I don't know. I don't know. Not exactly sure what they're going to do here. Again, even if we cut like this trend line here at the open, cut that down across, right? That's like there. That's what I mean. 69.60. That's what I'm saying. Whoops. I don't need a recap of the remarks. We watched it live and did not get the reaction that we were supposed to get. Truck backing up. Truck backing up. There he is. I love it. It's like a minivan. And the guy's got the beep. Like, whoa, take it easy. The van's backing up. And we get some green candles back above the moving average. 69.46. Down now, down less than 500. Well, you're not hardcore. Unless you live hardcore. But the legend of the rent was way hardcore. And we got a tightening taking place. Again, it also looks like, look, like this is topping out here. Top, tightening. It looks like that's ready to pop up. But then that would mean stocks go down. But everything else had an ascending triangle. Not entirely sure here. Get this volume out of here. Jeez. Can't see anything. Alright. Now I can see what I'm looking at. Alright, so that was technically a weak bear candle after a strong green candle. So we should continue to tick upward. We should continue to tick upward. You're going to make me zoom in and do candle by candle analysis over here, then I'll do it. 697 calls tomorrow. Am I going to lose all my money? That is a fair question. A fair question. Especially with how I've been performing this week so far. But I, currently in the moment, say, hang on. You got 18 minutes left. That is much more time than you think it is. We're bouncing. We're bouncing. Here we go. Right about now. Moving on up to the side. We finally got a piece of the pie. And moving on up. Come on, Kryptonite. Still looking strong. She's always a winner to me. Getting strong. We got that beefcake. Beefcake 9,000. Beefcake. Here we go. I know it's not a good substitute, but I don't know. I might look for my vape. I know I got it around here somewhere. I might start vaping a little bit. Try to cut back on the smoking. It's bad, okay? Oh, look at that. Getting nice and tight. Getting tight like a tiger. Up, up, up. Head up, up, up. Nicotine pouches. You know, I don't know. One that doesn't that with mess with your gums though. It was always very uncomfortable for me to just have something like shoved in my lip. I don't know. I guess I grew up too far north to appreciate it. No, yeah, I know. It's people love it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll try it. Maybe I'll give it a shot. We gotta try at least, right? We gotta give it an effort. No wonder you're in here talking so much. You hopped up on them pouches? She's going higher. Still got 11 minutes. We still got 11 minutes. It's the final countdown. Now remember, you got about 10 minutes. If you want to lock in any trades. Again, we got some earnings plays tomorrow morning. If you wanted to step into like a SPY call or put going into tomorrow, you have T-minus 10 minutes. Pump it louder. Wintergreen Grizz, alright. Yeah, what they used to have like the Kansas Skull and shit. I should run to the store and just start grabbing shit. What did I say, right? I said back to 69.50 should be no problem. Should be here 69.6. I know what I know. Can you see me now? Can you see me now? Just gapped up. The dollar. I love how the dollar. He's not doing anything. Yeah, the long cut. Yeah, I heard that too. It's like less messy or something, right? Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Speaking of that wintergreen, I'm looking for that big green. Show me them big green candles. There's your long cut right there, huh? All day. Yep. Reapproaching this trend line. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Make money moves. Tomorrow. I still have 7 minutes. Hold on. Up. Up. Up, up, up. Up. Aw. Hey. Hey. Aw. Hey. Hard times, hard times. Sometimes living is sweet, and sometimes there's nothing to eat. But I always land on my feet. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. Ah, smart. Smart. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. What'd I tell you, huh? Tommy boy. Told you, bro. I told you. I know what I know, brother. Look at that. Look at that. And she'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming round the mountain when she can. Approaching 6960. Whoo! I'll tell you, man. Why does it taste so sweet? It's like a gift, really. Did I say 6960? Or did I say 6960, huh? How about that, huh? It's definitely more fun when it works out. I will admit that. That's a given. That's a given. Hey, shades in the chat. Shades across the board. You see, we wear the shades because you're getting a glare off your money clip when you hang out in here, you know? Gotta toss on those aviators. Whichever ones you like. You know, what do they got? Like the earless, stemless ones from the Matrix and shit that Morpheus wore. Which, you go whatever style you want. But the vibe is the vibe. That's what it comes down to. Love you, Killian. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you putting that trust in me. Very glad it worked out. No, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Shut up. Why don't you shut up, man? I said it. No, I said it. Still got 2.5 minutes. Hey, good job, Tommy. Yeah, no, of course it can, get bad quickly as well. But that's why, again, even someone like you could definitely dabble a little bit. Just don't go heavy, Stay with your stocks. Stay with any like drip ETFs you got going on. But a couple of bucks here and there if we see a call. Definitely worth the risk. Because you see, again, how quick. Boom, 50%, 100%. I'm telling you, it's going to this trend line. I'm telling you. Calls are still in play. Especially, in my opinion, now that it's back above 69.60. We can see where it closes in the last minute or two. But I still like calls here. Because, again, this was supposed to happen here. This was to stop out Deli Bob. And then this was the true move. Right? But because they delayed it 30 minutes now, this will happen here. Love you, Joey. Joey bag of donuts for the win. Less than a minute to go. She wants more. She's a fighter. She's a wrecking machine. Hey, 1 for 1. She wants more. She wants more. This is what happens when we delay and manipulate moves that are supposed to happen at 3:15, and instead we drop it first. Hey, Corey, look at you, huh? Look at you. Look at what you do, huh? Ding, ding, ding. S&P rallies back to essentially 69.64 and closes right here at 6363. Technically above 69.60, you know, and you've been noticing we have kind of like these 20 point little channels, you know, that we bounce off of, we break, right? This was what? This was holding below 69.60, consolidating, then we broke. Where'd we break to? About 69.40. And then we bounced, right? And then where'd we stop? Right about 69.60, right? So we're talking about these 20-point channels. Yes, you can continue to watch the SPY ETF after hours. It's all right, brother. It's all right. Like I said, technically, you know, technically you're implementing the correct strategy. You know what I mean? So I know it hurts. I know it was a rough day, but you can't beat yourself up too much. And again, remember, you know, this was a bullshit premature break, man. This is what I mean. This is why it's so frustrating. Because I was right, but they made me wrong, right? They brought you too far out of the money to where you get stopped out, but in the end, we were right. It's rough, man. It's rough. Yeah, no, for sure. For sure. Gotta preserve the cash. Absolutely. Absolutely. And like we know, if the next play is a winner, you're back on track. Yeah, CNXC, they're beating them up. Isn't it funny? Right? We were looking at stocks like SMCI, we're looking at stocks like CNXC, and there are only a few names where you could make the argument in the fundamentals that yes, this stock is undervalued and it looks like a buy. And yet everything else seems so overinflated, so you would think the money would flow into these names we're watching because they're down and didn't run yet. Yet we're seeing the opposite effect. But again, hopefully, CNXC, hopefully it bounces back again. We saw this last time, right? I mean, right as they started dropping them after last earnings, the market started to sell off. The stock ended up going all the way down to support, and then what happened? It bounced all the way right back almost immediately to where it was. So that's why I stand by that analysis that it's undervalued. Because if it gives value back and immediately regains it, that means it wasn't supposed to be that low to begin with. That means going that low was an overreaction. You know what I mean? So that's why, you know, again, it might take a little longer. It might not happen overnight. But I still say, again, the beaten up names, the few that we're finding, especially in the tech sector, right? I think that's where the opportunities are. I mean, you know, I don't know. It makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. How'd some of our other smaller caps do, like BB? Just hanging out. How about RR? Yep, basically just hanging out. See how MBot finished the day. Yeah. At least it's staying above 2, man. That's why 2 seemed like such a key, strong level. Which is why, remember what, they broke it to like 180 or whatever, right? And I was saying, oh, I'd be a buyer. I'd be a buyer down here. And we bounced right back above 2. So, it seems to be holding. I think it's just kind of waiting for that next catalyst, I guess. Or that next little news update. When was this? Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, could see a bounce back, maybe to about 3.5 Canadian tomorrow for Hydrograph. You know, brought it down, channeled it down for the last couple of days. Now we have a nice little bounce back. It's been holding very, very nicely. Yeah, no, we'll get it back tomorrow. We do usually bounce back pretty strongly on this channel. Silver is still channeling upward, and they teased with this topping. Yeah, maybe I was just too excited. But it was topping out up here. That's why I was looking for, like, even this. Or, again, even if you drew it from there, that, right? So I saw that. I saw this triangle, which is why I mentioned SLV calls, in my opinion, in the Discord. And then we just broke. Technically coming back down to this support trend line. So we may cool down for what? Half a day, most of tomorrow, potentially, if we stay in this range, and then we'll see a break up to above 90. Unless we possibly get some political news during that time. But I really thought that, like, this is what I saw, so I thought they were gonna take it up. What do you mean markets close late? What do you mean? Do 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 do. Well, when the money's gone, it's time to move on. It was a decent day, even though they delayed us for a while. And I still say we should have had this kind of move yesterday on the news we had. And instead they took it up, hitting highs, and now today we take it down when everyone thinks we're supposed to be up. So that's what I mean. We had a couple of opposite days here to kick off the week. But overall, I think we'll finish the week strong. Silver's been a good winner for us on the channel. And as I mentioned recently, you see it working out. Usually, buying the dips as we stayed above that top trend line seems to be the correct strategy. Usually you have a nice bounce back 3, 5, 6% on silver right afterwards. Seems like it's going to remain strong. Curious to see what the dollar does the remainder of the week. Because now even if we follow this trend, we're going to come back up here to about 99 and a quarter. And technically, right, dollar goes up, stocks go down, but the S&P has kind of been moving with the dollar. But yeah, for the SPY calls again, we did close above 69.60, so let's see SPY after hours actually. I got a trend line. Is that a real trend line? Oh, it is. This market's hilarious, man. Mm. Yeah, I don't know, actually. I think we're up again tomorrow. I think we're up again tomorrow. Tomorrow. So if we go at that trend line, I mean, technically below the trend line, however, technically above the fib level. How about if we go back here? Let's see this. Hmm. Yeah, maybe in the next day or two, we potentially break this wedge. Drop back down to like 687, 686 on the SPY. Retest that moving average. Apex technically Friday. Yep. Alright. Well, it was a good day. 5.5 hour stream. Chilling. Did what we could. Worked with what the market gave us. And hopefully everybody's alright. And we bounce back better tomorrow. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Appreciate your support. Appreciate your time. Appreciate the likes. I love you. And I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, bye.